describes acts of extreme violence in graphic detail and may include discussions about demonology and the occult, topics that caused widespread panic during the 1980s. This content may not be suitable for children under the age of 50. Viewer and listener discretion is advised. Welcome to the Grogtalk with your hosts, Dan and James.
And there we are, folks. Welcome to Grogtalk. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening for our worldwide viewers. Welcome to Grogtalk again. I'm James.
And I am Dan.
So where are we from today, Dan?
Still in the Abyss, unfortunately. Layer 72 appears to be the dark light realm of the demon lord Nocticula, the Undeniable. So what the internet tells us that, or I'm sorry, what the Tourism Bureau, their little info
That's right.
center,
the
tells
welcome
us.
center. Out just as
Welcome to Layer 72. So so a little pamphlet tells us that within this layer, the shadows of good creatures shone brightly. I don't like the fact that sounds past tense, doesn't it?
Yes.
Doesn't shine brightly, shone
Shone
brightly.
brightly. That's right. That is past tense.
While evil creatures were shrouded in darkness, the bright creatures were easily hunted down by demons to be sold as slaves or killed. So I guess the point is, don't cast what, like, I don't know, like light around us or anything, or to show your sword.
Well, that song, This Little Light of Mine, you don't want to do that here.
Right.
You don't want to let it shine. You want to blend into the shadows here because you don't want to be found by demon lords to be sold or... And it's just so interesting, sold as slaves. Why are demons selling... What would they be... What do they need money for?
We've had this conversation. Look, I'm telling you, everything is pointing toward evidence that there are taverns in the Abyss. There are inns. There are markets. You're really, frankly, James.
It's Manhattan, basically.
It is, and I don't know why I don't know where you've been getting your info. You've been believing that stuff you're hearing on the prime material plane, which is who there's been to the Abyss,
right?
Really, right?
Right.
What do they know?
Not very few.
It's not so different for the prime. As a matter of fact, you know what they say about the prime material plane on the Abyss? I mean, can you imagine? Right?
Right. Yeah. That's if they only knew. They're so ignorant. Well, there's the the international highway, the astral plane that separates it, which it's supposed to be a one-way trip. It's not supposed to be going back and forth. But apparently, here on Layer 72 Dark Light, but we keep hearing maybe we'll be leaving the Abyss soon. I hope so because we're running out of entries. Even though the Abyss is at least 666, we're running out of entries. We're gonna have to start making up our own ones on here. So
pretty soon we're gonna be the Columbus of the Abyss.
That's right. Well, that's interesting. That's right. That's a good tie-in to we're getting up to the American holiday of Thanksgiving. That's right. So we are gonna do something that's probably gonna try to loose tie-in. So hope you guys enjoy that. Let's do some announcements while we're at it. Speaking of light at the end of the tunnel, GrogCon, hopefully in April, right? Still,
in April.
I think they gave us a date, right?
We have dates. And I think I'm trying to say, was it the 12th to the 14th?
Something like that. Yeah, I hate to give out specific dates because we're so far, from that,
They should people, and now it's buyer beware, don't you think?
Right.
I mean, if you don't realize at this point that might perhaps, at least let's say for GrogCon, is tentative, right? Where have you been? So
right.
we don't know what things are going to be like because again, we're in Florida.
That's right. Exactly.
I mean, need we say more? I mean, I know most places are going the wrong direction, but yeah, it's not great here. So, yeah, so that's surely would be tentative in any event.
Yes, and yeah, we just had another tropical storm. And it's November, so yeah.
It's so funny that like tropical storm, that's like nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, who cares? It was a rainstorm. We don't care. It's the end of the year, but it's just this year can't end quick enough for most of us here. So.
And speaking of this year, can I just make a real quick announcement?
That's right.
Yeah, because I asked you if I could do that, if you would indulge me, because I know usually you try to keep it light on this show.
Right.
Right. We try not to get involved in politics.
That's true.
But I think based upon what's happened and been happening, I think we need to, we would be remiss if we didn't make some sort of comment.
We have to acknowledge the fact that things are happening. Yes, you're right.
Absolutely right. I mean, we don't live, we like to escape from the real world. But so, I don't know, no one likes to be a one-term incumbent president.
Right.
But, so whether you, and look, no one's more unhappy than me because, I was Team Vaprak.
Right. You were Team Vaprak.
And my understanding is last time I looked at CNN, there was zero electoral votes. Vaprak didn't even get the abyss.
He was repudiated resoundingly by the voters, unfortunately.
But don't worry, we've got Vaprak versus Arizona election board. I've got many Vaprak's legal. I'm in charge of Vaprak's legal team.
Oh, then he's done.
And let me put it this way: he's done. Yeah, they're definitely going to lose. So, and let me put it this way: whether he's invited or not, Vaprak is coming to the inauguration.
That's right.
Okay?
He heard there's a buffet, and you're on it.
It's a buffet. But I know. But so in all seriousness, we really should congratulate Reagan,
Right.
Ronald Reagan. And for those of you who supported Jimmy Carter, disappointing obviously to be a one-term president. But I'm looking forward to 1981. I think things are going to improve.
Well, and it's, as we'll see in the Dragon magazine again, there's a great, we should reserve our 1981 calendars because, they talk about, Iran and Afghanistan and droughts and all this other pestilence, and 1981 will hopefully be better. The band wasn't there the Olympics? Wasn't like a banned Olympics, right? Boycotted Olympics?
Because Russia, the Soviet Union, invaded Afghanistan. Yeah, it's been a terrible year. We're not going to have another year like this, like we've had in 1980, I would say for another 40 years.
I mean, really, it's at least 40. I think you're right. So congratulations to him. So, it was unexpected, but hey, these things move on. So 1981 hopefully will be better for us.
Indeed. So thank you for
No, I think it's important we discussed that. So that was.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So thank you. Yeah, back to now the not real world.
Misha the bear was the mascot in the Olympics, by the way. Mishka.
Yeah, I mean, Russia crushed it, didn't they? The Soviet Union crushed it. Well, talk about,
Because it was in Moscow.
You think Reagan's electoral college victory was big over Carter just now. Russia, they just scooped up all the medals, strangely, didn't they?
They Vaprak the Olympics.
Vaprak was the, forget about Mishka. Vaprak was the...
That should be, well, if we have the Grogtalk Olympics, Vaprak would be the mascot.
Yes. Who are we going to put in that costume? Oh, it's got to be Vic.
Yeah,
we need somebody big.
Vic would have to be the Vaprak.
Vic is Vaprak.
Absolutely.
And it's V?
V is for just a big V.
V. He's in a big Vaprak. He's kind of walking down the street.
The Grogtalk Olympics. I love it.
He's at the buffet.
He would be perfect.
Speaking of the Grogtalk Olympics, we have to talk about it. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Make sure when we get to Dragon Magazine to talk about the DM competition, which is fun, how they turn the tables.
Yeah.
And they judge the DMs as opposed to judge the players. So, but all right. But let's get back to, I'm sorry. Thank you. Let's get back to our announcement.
No, it's okay. The Grognards Guild Online is happening as we speak. There is games every Friday. If you're interested, go out to Discord or go out to our meetup, which is just get to Discord, links are in the show notes. There was a game yesterday. I know there's Ed who's running, Brian, other people are running. I think Vic is running a game. So why do we do a lot of this? Is to get people playing D&D First Edition and the old school games. So that's been super exciting to see people getting together and playing. And I was talking to someone who's actually going to come on the show soon, who was like, he hadn't played in X amount of years, and the combination of the pandemic and life circumstance, he's now playing first edition online. So, we like playing in person, but we're at least people are now able to play when they weren't in the past. So that is super fun. Let's see. So what we need to do is, and the main reason we're able to do this because of our patrons. So we have a litany of people we have to give titles out. There's been an explosion of patrons. So we're gonna have a special guest in a few minutes, but let's give out some patron titles to a couple of folks while I get those other folks set up. So I think you're ready, right? To roll some dice?
I'm always ready to give out titles. I've been really sad that we haven't been able to do this for a while due to our lack of popularity, but I'm glad we're back in the game.
That's right. So this is for R.R. Brando. He is claiming the Blue Ridge. Now there is an interesting thing. I do have to talk to Brian, the Captain General of Appalachia, because there's been 2 or 3 people who have wanted to claim Appalachia. And then I had to explain to them that, that has already been taken by the Captain General. So they have taken sub-areas for it, but he probably should have a council of the Appalachian overlords to discuss how they're going to manage that area.
And let me tell you, so if this is the Blue Ridge Mountains we're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, R.R. Brando is very smart. That's going to be a strategic area. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Because he's going to control who is passing through those mountains. And here's the great thing. Don't we have to he's in the mountains.
Right.
Don't we have to give him like an army of orcs?
Or goblins, yep. Or dwarves, mountain dwarves.
Right? All of them, right? So, all right.
There's no hill giant, though, because that hill giant's too small.
There are mountain giants. Aren't there mountain giants in the Fiend Folio?
I believe there are. So.
Is that the one with the big belly?
Right.
He looks like, yeah.
Yeah.
He looks like he's on like some cartoon.
Or he has dysentery or something like that.
He's bloated.
He's got some parasite. Yeah. Never mind.
Yeah.
All right. So this is for.
Well, they'll eat anything. That's the problem.
True.
Can you think about that? They must get disease a lot. They just, right? I mean, a lot of these monsters are just, I guess they're immune to a lot of it, right? But they'll just eat anything.
Yeah.
Raw.
Well, I think people, it's like the vultures. They don't get diseases. I don't see distended vultures. Maybe there are, but.
No, I think that's right. I mean, I think that's why when you're young, you should be eating a lot of strange things. You build up the immunity. That's what we did. That was what we did with our daughter. We followed that advice. Just let her raw food, raw meat.
Right, like she was raised by wolves, basically.
Exactly, and she's healthy as can be.
Right.
All right, what am I rolling?
You, sir.
So this is R.R. Brando. It's a great name, by the way.
It is. So you're rolling a D15 to start, or D30, and dividing by 2.
Is he not tempted to put a J in front of that?
J.R.R. Brando? I don't know. I didn't talk to him specifically. I mean, I messaged him, but.
Okay. I mean, it's his name. So I'm rolling a D30?
Yep, roll a D30.
Come on, something new and different, right?
Yep.
A 14.
Is that divided by 2, or is that?
Oh, no, it's not divided by 2. It's a 15, so then it would be a 7.
Well, good job. If you wanted something different, you got Chamberlain.
You know what? 2020 sucks. Now, listen, I shouldn't say that's awful, because we got to keep up a brave face. Poor R.R. Brando, that's not nice, right?
No.
That's awesome, R.R. Brando.
Well, it's just that. I mean, it makes sense. That's kind of our standard title. Now a D30.
All right. 10.
10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Peerless. That's something new.
Chamberlain Peerless.
His Peerless. Yep. He's without peer.
It doesn't need to be something different because, it's going to get confusing then when we say, hey, Chamberlain, the Chamberlain.
Yeah, they all turn around.
They all attack. There could be big misunderstandings. Chamberlain attack, and then everybody is just.
That's why the first one we don't even use anymore because we have so many captain generals and we haven't had too many masters or overlords, unfortunately, or viceroys. No. That would be kind of cool. But hey, the dice. This is the dice have. The dice don't lie. That's all we have to say.
The dice don't lie.
Another D30, sir.
Straight up D30.
Yes, sir.
11.
15, 14, 13. Majesty. Peerless Majesty. Well, it's getting better.
Yeah. Chamberlain Peerless Majesty.
All right. Now a D15.
24 divided by 2 is 12.
12. Sir. Now a D60.
Whoa. Oh. Well, okay. Let me see. I got a 6 and a 20. So that would be what?
40.
That's 50.
Oh yeah, 50. That's right. 50.
50,
yep.
right? 50.
Yep. 2, 4,
You
6.
said out of 60,
yep,
right?
Yep. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 53, 55. Contentious.
I love it. That's
Sir
good.
Contentious.
Sir,
That's-
Sir Contentious. That's a great
Right,
name
isn't it?
for like the baddie, isn't it, in a campaign?
Right, exactly. Sir Contentious. I love that. That's really good.
It'd be great if he wasn't contentious.
So now we'll find out what he is of. Now a D30.
Okay. 17.
17. Oh, there you go. Lord. Lord of... Sir Contentious, Lord of the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Yeah, the contentious lord. Sir Contentious. I'm trying to, work, try to feel out the different combos.
Right.
I'm thinking maybe, look, it'll just happen. Like names, nicknames just happen. But I'm thinking Sir Contentious.
Yeah.
Is what ultimately we're probably going to settle on.
Yeah, I think you're right. Here, I'll give you that. And I'll give you that. All right, we are ready to proclaim a title to R.R. Brando, who, by the powers invested in us by us, the Grog Emperors, we are now going to bestow the following title to R.R. Brando. R.R. Brando, you are now deemed known throughout the lands as the Chamberlain.
Wait, you gotta send it again. Right as he started saying it, it disappeared on my screen. What a horrible! That got fumbled.
You are now deemed the Chamberlain, His Peerless Majesty.
His Sir Contentious Lord of the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Congratulations. Well done.
I should be beheaded. Well, it popped up down below, and then it goes away, and so I had to go over to the chat and scroll down. I should have been there all along, realizing that no one cares. So I'm like, just behead.
Just enough of that. All right, next one. Mr. Mark Paternostro. That's another good name too.
That's clearly like like a sage, right?
Right.
Don't you think?
I agree.
What does Paternostro say?
I'm sorry. Yeah, sage-like. It's very Paternostro, father something, right? Pater. It's Latin.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I think Pater is father, right?
Yeah, if it's Latin.
Oh, so he's a cleric, you think?
Possibly. And he is looking at the Susquehanna Valley, which is also in the Appalachia area, if I remember correctly. So, again, the Captain General is going to need to build a guild over there. So, we are ready for a D15.
You think he's getting nervous that, we're trying to, squeeze him out?
It's like we're doing draft picks. It's like, wait a minute, I thought I was the franchise quarterback. What are you doing?
Yeah. Why are you drafting people from my area? Yeah, I was like, you were drafting a lot of Yeah, that's bad when you're the quarterback and they're drafting lots of quarterbacks. Yeah, that's not good. Okay. Ooh, a 30.
Okay.
Oh, we said divided by 2, so it'd be 50.
The master. Okay, there you go. That's master his. Okay, D30.
29.
Amazing.
Master amazing.
The master his amazing. D30 again, please.
10.
15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Eminence.
Wow.
Wow.
This guy's impressive.
Yeah, he's got the resume. D15.
Or he's just really pompous.
It's great.
It's one of the two.
He's got a great last name, Paternostro.
That's true. 10 divided by 2 is 5.
Marquis.
The Marquis.
Now D60.
Okay. That is a 38.
38, 2, 4, 6, 8. Amazing.
Wow.
This is...
He may have,
how many?
the most
He's got
amazing-
two amazings.
Oh, my God. He's amazing squared.
Wait a minute, did I screw this up somehow?
It's too late. There's no instant replay. That's his name. Good thing you're not a tattoo artist.
That's right. Yeah, no, there's two amazings. He's a double amazing.
Wow, he's double amazing. That's his nickname. Double
He's
amazing.
double amazing.
Yeah. Oh man.
How did that happen? This is craziness.
Wait, we know the guy who wrote that. No, that was one of the Blooms who wrote that.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
30. What was the last one we just did? 38, right?
38. You doing a recount?
Yeah. No, there's double amazing. This is the first time ever we've had a double amazing. That is amazing.
Yeah.
And now a D30.
Okay. 9.
2, 4, 6, 8. Of course. 4, 6. Slayer.
Yeah. Wow. We haven't had a Slayer.
No, we haven't.
have we?
No.
He's like the cleric Slayer. Oh my gosh, he's a half-orc cleric assassin.
Yes, that's awesome.
That is awesome.
I mean,
He's the amazing Slayer.
double amazing. We've never had that.
Yeah.
We have to do a recount of the double amazing. It's
Yeah. So we'll get back to you in 3 weeks.
That's right.
With the recount.
yeah.
These are all tentative. The lawsuits are being filed over these names.
These are not certified names.
Yeah, we also haven't been certified.
That's right. All right. So, wow, that's another first here. We are ready to grant and bestow the title to Mark Paternostro. Mark, by the powers vested in us, the Grog Emperors, by us, we now proclaim the following title to you. Sir Paternostro, you are the master, his amazing eminence.
Marquis Amazing Slayer of Susquehanna Valley.
Congratulations. Welcome to the Grog Empire. Yes, it's just crazy. That's a great one. All right. So now we have a special thing that we're going to do right now.
Grogtalk special?
It's a Grogtalk special, yeah.
Very special episode.
Yeah, we're going to so we have a new patron, and he is coming on, John, to do his live because he has a couple of family members who want to join the Empire at the same time. So we're going to have him on while we do this. So let's see if he's ready to go. And if he is, we'll get him on the set with us.
So we're a family show.
We are we're family friendly. I think we are. So hopefully he'll pick up. But yeah, so he's calling from the Virginia Richmond area, and so we're gonna have him on while we do this. Okay, well, if he's ready to go. So he's gonna need to mute his YouTube when he does that.
All right.
Yeah. So John, we don't see you, but we hear you.
Yeah. Hold on one second. Let me.
Oh, right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
My son is telling me how to.
Oh, shoot.
Let the young people help you out there, John. Let the kids know the technology.
All right. Let me bring you in. All right. Well, so you may get a little bamboozled if you're watching the YouTube because it takes a few seconds for the YouTube to catch up to where we're at. So that's why it's best to just look at the Skype one. Well, welcome, John and family. Well, hello. How are you today?
Good.
Good.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
We're good. We're good. So obviously, you know Dan and I. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves?
Sure. Well, my name's John Hubbard. I've got my son Henry here.
Hi.
And this is my daughter Claiborne.
Hello.
Hello, Henry. Is this Henry and Claiborne? Is this an early morning for you? Are you getting up especially early for us, or is this normal for you?
This is pretty normal.
Oh, okay. Okay, that is good. So, John, normal for you?
Well, yeah, they've been up playing video games for a while, actually. So,
well, you can sleep in.
So
it looks like you.
Go ahead, Dan.
It looks like you got a TSR shirt going on there.
That's right.
And the original logo there.
It is. It's the Lizard Man here. So
I was able to talk to Claiborne and John last night when we tested, and they are big fans of Pixie and Glade, Dan. So they want more Pixie and Glade. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, Henry Claiborne, we have to tell you, we were startled to receive that information. We had no idea they were actually fans of Pixie and Glade. So Pixie and Glade are very excited. And we're very excited to learn that. And so, simply because you are fans, we do feel compelled that we're going to have to bring them back. Don't you agree, James?
I agree, absolutely. So,
Yes,
we are planning that right now. So thanks to what's like Firefly or one of these other shows that we wanted.
Star Trek.
Star Trek was canceled, but people brought it back. So absolutely. So we are now ready to bestow some titles. You guys have figured out the areas that you would like to claim for the Grog Empire. So who wants to go first?
It looks like they're asking who wants to go like into the doctor's office first.
Who wants to get the shot first?
and
Why
I,
don't you go first?
Okay.
and listen, I think we should allow them to roll themselves if they want to, right? What do you think, James? Shall we make an exception?
Yes.
Since they're yeah. Would you guys like to? You don't have to. We're happy to roll for you. The dice don't lie no matter where the dice are being rolled. But if you have, and you would need a D30, which I know your dad is probably like, what's a D30? Really? Even the young kids don't know what it. Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah.
You've done a good job with those kids that they don't know what a D30 is. I approve. So
Well, we don't.
It looks like
we don't need a D30. It's just going to be much more complicated. So if you if you would like to do that, we can figure something out here, because again, basically, we'll roll, because they can do a D30 with a D10 and a D6. They can do that. So.
Well, do you want to try that? We don't have a D30. I've never seen one.
All right. Well, let's. So Dan, why don't you start rolling for
there
Henry?
it is. Yeah, it rolls forever. Okay, so all right, who was up first? Was it Henry?
Henry,
was up
and
first?
he's claiming the town, correct, of Westham. Is that a town? Yes.
It's an area.
Okay.
Where we live. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
West Ham.
West Ham.
So then he's going to control what goes on at the house there.
That's right.
Okay.
I like it.
He's right. All right. All right. So it's a 12 divided by 2 is a 6.
6. Well, he's not a chamberlain. He's a chancellor.
Thank God. Chancellor.
He's a chancellor.
He's rolling.
Okay. His next D30.
Okay. Yeah, we're doing the rolling, Harry, because we got this crazy D30. 15 divided by 2. I assume we're rounding up to
8.
Wait, this was 15 or out of 30.
This is 30. Just 30.
It's a straight up 50. All right, 15.
Astonishing.
Whoa.
The chancellor is astonishing. You may have to, hopefully,
Do you
I
not
can spell
agree?
it right. You don't think he's astonishing?
You don't agree with that? Is there?
Not very astonishing. Okay. How about another
Yeah.
D30?
Okay. 27.
27. Wow. If you thought astonishing was good, almightiness.
Well,
Is that even a word? Almightiness?
Wow. Someone's gonna get a big head.
I'm not cleaning
I'm
my.
sure we're not going to hear this one a lot.
I'm not cleaning my room.
Right now, John is realizing this was a terrible idea. This is not good.
All right. So after almightiness, a D15. So your D30 divided by 2.
25 divided by 2 is lucky 13.
13. Wow. Okay. Emperor. How's that? It just keeps getting worse and worse. I mean, better and better. Excuse me, Henry. I meant better and better. All right. So now a D60.
All right. Oh, that looks a little cockeyed there. Whoa. It is a 59.
Terrible.
Oh, is that getting more accurate?
Yes, I think it's coming around. The dice, they were a little thrown off.
The dice do not lie.
They did not.
And now the last D30.
Okay. 8.
8. 2, 4, 6. Silencer of your silencer. Ooh, that sounds.
The terrible silencer.
The terrible silencer. All right.
Nice.
So let me put that in the chat.
All right, Henry. So what do you think of that name?
It's interesting.
They always are. They always are. So, well, it's yours. It is what it is.
You can go either way. You can go for the almightiness and that, or the terrible silencer. You know, it can be.
There's a lot to work with.
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly right. So, Henry, us as the Grog Emperors, we now bestow the following title to you. You, sir, are the Chancellor, His Astonishing Almightiness.
Emperor Terrible Silencer of West Ham.
West Ham. Congratulations, sir. May your reign be silent and terrible.
So is it West Ham or Westham?
West Ham.
West Ham.
West Ham.
West Ham.
Yeah, no, that's Americans, right?
That's
West
right.
Ham.
Exactly.
West Ham, right? Not.
All right. So now we have Claiborne, who's going to rule over Whitehall. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right.
And can I ask Claiborne a real quick question too? And I can't remember. Maybe Claiborne remembers this. If it's Glade or Glades, I can't remember if there's an S on there or not. What do you like about them? So we were so thrilled to hear that you were fans of them, and we love compliments on the show,
Right.
obviously. So what was it that you liked about those two? Or is this all just a ruse? I'm suspicious. This was John's way to get the whole family titles.
Oh no, that is not true.
Okay.
I tell you, this is God honest truth. I take these kids to school every morning, and this one sits here and chants. This is going to crack you up. She sits in the back seat and chants. I put music on when we're going to drop them off, and she chants, "Grogtalk, Grogtalk."
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
We've missed a whole demographic.
Right. Who knew under 11 demographic we have such a fan base?
Right. They're so young they don't know about 5e. That's
That's-
they don't know any better.
Well, I guess they were playing.
Well, they started.
Yeah.
They started on 5e. That's what
Did they?
a few years back, I got back into D&D by playing 5e, and then more recently, about 6 months ago, I started listening to podcasts, first edition podcasts and stuff, and then I fell into the rabbit hole of starting to purchase old stuff that my mom had thrown away, some old modules and books and stuff like that, trying to collect all my old stuff, and then came across you guys and eventually started playing again once, the end of the world started earlier this year.
Roll for initiative.
Yeah.
So you guys, so do they play? So Claiborne and Henry, you guys play? They're playing 1e.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Henry is actually now DMing us through Tomb of Horrors.
Oh,
We've
that's
just,
glad.
He is terrible.
He is terrible.
He is the terrible silencer.
No, we just walked into a room with what appears to be Asarak. I'm not sure if it is. And then Claiborne this week just started DMing for the first time ever, and she is doing first edition just off the top of her head. She's rolling random tables out of the back of. We're using Monster Manual 2 for some of the random tables and stuff. So
Wow.
she just started that this week. So.
Go ahead.
James, I'm seeing a Grogtalk special here.
Yeah.
Right. It writes itself.
Now that is incomprehensible death.
Yeah. What are your favorite characters to play? So when you guys are not DMing, what are your favorite character classes and races to be?
Druid.
Druid.
Yeah.
Yes, just like our Empress Strangler, who is one of our patrons. That's her favorite character class as well, right?
Yeah.
Druid, yes, great. Human Druid or half elf Druid?
Half elf.
Yes, excellent
That's
choice, outstanding. Yeah, I'm thinking. All right, I'm going to guess. All right, let's say I'm going to guess. Henry, I'm seeing human paladin.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
He just got a title, but just based on the title alone, we could size him up. So that's awesome. Be careful. Always, they're tough to play, of course. You don't want to deviate from that lawful good alignment. So be very careful.
Well, when you guys are ready, if you have an adventure for Pixie and Glades or for Dan and I, we would be happy to do that on Grogtalk if you wanted to run a game for us. We think that would be super exciting.
It would be.
I mean, we've had Vic and we've had Carlos, but it's.
And they're like okay.
Yeah.
But we really need some fresh blood.
Some quality.
Yeah.
Some new
I
perspective.
can see it now. It would just be one long corridor full of scythe traps.
Hey.
That's right. I got to go back and listen to those shows. I'll have to do my homework.
No, you don't want to listen to some of them, but yeah.
No, that won't be good fun.
They were commenting in the comments that. Wasn't that the one that someone went through 5 times the same scythe trap? Yes, that's true.
Yes. Remind me, James, to bring chalk. Someone needs to bring chalk.
Somebody says. So we are ready, Claiborne, to issue you your title. So let's start rolling some dice.
All right, let's do it. A D30.
The D30 divided by 2, please.
It is an 11 divided by 2 rounds up to a 6.
Well, that would make sense because they're both chancellors. How about that? That makes so much sense.
Another chancellor?
Yes, they are chancellors.
All right.
All right, her. Next is a D30. So Christmas gift, D30, that's what you guys could use. Go ahead, Dan.
9.
9, 2, 4,
I don't need a D30. I only bought it because I wanted to do a roll for the day of the month. That's it.
Noble. The Chancellor, her noble.
Her noble.
Okay, keep going. D30.
Okay. D30 is a 3.
3. Sagacity. Now we have to look up that word. We've had a sagacious person.
Anyone know? You guys are in school. What's sagacity?
What's sagacity?
Mean?
Anyone?
I don't know.
Bueller?
I don't know.
Sagacity.
we don't either.
Well, it's knowledgeable, right?
I thought it was talkative,
yeah,
but it wasn't.
It's knowledgeable.
No, it's not talkative.
It's knowledgeable.
It's not going to be talkative. Why would that be on there?
No, it's knowledgeable.
Sagacity?
Yeah, so you're like sagacious.
Being sagacious. That's right.
Yeah,
that doesn't help you.
I just know the different tenses.
Having or showing keen mental discernment or good judgment. Shrewd.
Oh, we've been through this before. Sage-like.
Yes,
sage-like.
that's right. Yes, sagacity. Yes.
Ah, very sage-like.
There you go. How people want to sign up for your games? You know what we need to have? If we do an online Grogtalk, people want to sign up for it. So they want to play in the kids' games. I'm just letting you know that. John, you may have a podcast now for yourself. This is
yeah, they become like way more popular than us.
Right. We could be they could be the Jeffersons or whatever of the show. The spin-off is more popular than the original. So
that's right. Jeffersons, Maude, spin-off
right.
on the family.
That's right. So there you go. Next, okay, so we need another D30 divided by 2, D15.
Okay. 7 divided by 2 rounds up to a 4.
4. Archduchess. Wow, that sounds pretty good.
The Archduchess.
Her noble sagacity Archduchess. Say that 3 times. Archduchess. Did I spell that right? Yes, Duchess. All right, keep going. I need a D30.
Okay.
Oh, D60. I apologize, Dan. D60.
Oh, got it. Okay. That's fine. I'll just roll. It's a lucky 13.
13, regardless, right? 2, 6,
yes,
8,
regardless.
10.
I rolled a 1.
Illustrious. Illustrious. So I see a lot of wisdom and knowledge.
Yeah.
Well,
druids, I assume they need a high wisdom because they're a subclass of cleric, right?
That's right. Yep, I agree with you.
Makes sense.
Which probably means she's going to end up with like murderer or something.
Well, maybe the Emperor Strangler should take her under her wing.
Yeah,
right.
She could be. They could work together, and
because we have a druid up north
in the northern woods. Exactly.
Yeah.
Last one.
Just be careful because she's the Emperor Strangler. Yeah. So just you want to watch your back.
She may be
literally.
She may be capricious. Like there you go. Another D30.
A 1.
Slaughterer. There you go.
Yes.
That's right.
Nice.
Nothing like a druid who slaughters. Well, you've talked about this before, like the eco-terrorists that they go, right? Like, why are you killing that? Why are you cutting that tree down?
That's right. She's wise, intelligent, but don't cross her. She will end you. So congratulations, Claiborne. You're going to get this. Here's your title. I will put that in this, and I will put it in here. All right, so Claiborne, congratulations. By the power vested in us, by us, the Grog Emperors, we are now going to bestow the following title to you. Claiborne, you are the Chancellor, her noble sagacity.
Archduchess, illustrious slaughterer of Whitehall.
Congratulations. I don't know what your symbol is going to be, like a wise something. So you have to think of, you can put an icon on your shirt. You have to think on that.
Like a tree or something, something, a leaf, I assume, right?
Now you know that John, you may not know this, but when I was speaking to John last night, they are also artists. So they are looking forward to, they've been working with our Tim Cass to potentially put some things in flipping and turning.
Fantastic.
Isn't that super cool?
That is super cool. Claiborne, what do you think of your title? Are you satisfied? Not thrilled? How you feeling?
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It is crazy. You'll grow into it. You'll come to you'll appreciate it one day.
Well, and the other thing is you don't have to use all of it. It's like the British royalty. They have 28 things, and they only pick one or two. So you can decide to be sagacious and all-knowing, or just a terrible overlord over the area of Whitehall. That's really titles are not destiny. So
no, these things are going on T-shirts. Like they're going to cover up the whole front of the T-shirt.
Nice.
Well,
I'm cool on that.
Raises a lot of questions when you're at like the carnival or the fair. People are like, "What's wrong? What's wrong with your kids?"
All right, John, you're up next. You, sir, are coming up.
How are you?
That's right.
Probably DH.
I love it.
Probably take the kids from them.
As long as it doesn't have pictures of people being slaughtered, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe it's slaughter of ignorance or not innocence. It could. Don't be so literal, Dan. Sometimes,
That's right.
All right, so John, we are ready to bestow you your title. So I need a D.
Let me ask,
Go ahead.
And kids, what are you hoping for something like this? Are you hoping that like he gets something he likes or that he hates? What do you, Henry Claiborne, what do you think? So are you hoping that your dad gets a title he likes or doesn't like?
Doesn't like, definitely.
Yeah, that's not very. That's not very lawful. Good, but okay.
Great, we're here. There's an international audience, and my children are just saying this stuff.
Right.
About.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. You didn't know the risk you were taking.
Yeah. Well,
all right.
What are the people in Sweden gonna say of me now?
Exactly. Well, yeah.
American children.
Shocking.
They're confirming everything that's on.
So I have a request, Emperors. I know I had mentioned Henrico County. I'd like to lay claim to the city of Richmond if I could.
Very good. Of course.
We are right there. So
that's good. I like it.
Yeah. He can do that, right?
He can. His tithe passed. His contribution to the empire passed. He is certainly eligible for that. So.
Like Lincoln.
His check. It's right. He's like Lincoln.
Making Richmond.
That's right. Was it Lincoln? I thought it was Grant who came to it, or that Appomattox.
Lincoln came out. Yeah, Lincoln did not actually. I don't think Lincoln was involved in combat, but I think they had withdrawn anyway from it. They just walked in.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think.
But we digress.
Yes. Okay. Some more history. Okay. So, all right, John. Here we're going to give you your title. So, roll a D30.
29.
Divide by 2. Okay. All right. So 15 basically, correct?
You got it. 15.
Peon. Okay.
Wait a second.
Wait, what does it mean?
He's claiming fraud.
What's it?
There's
The
fraud.
dice don't lie. It's right here. It says peon.
He wants an investigation. Hold it up, James.
See?
He wants an observer.
Yeah.
He wants an observer there.
It's a very high title, Henry.
It means it's very, very powerful. It's very good. Yeah.
Right. So.
Very good. Did you hold it up to the screen,
I
James?
did. I've held it up multiple times.
12 feet away. He wants to be 6 feet away to see this.
I've held up multiple times. So now a D30.
Okay. 18.
18. Illiterate.
Oh, he's okay. He had me too. He had me.
See, so the master, so peon, his illiterate. It's not too bad.
That's pretty good.
No, yeah.
We don't have a peon illiterate yet, do we?
No, not yet. So
James, you do understand actually.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Henry. Breaking news. Yes.
Oh, he was just asking me how I liked my title so far.
Oh, and I was just reminding James if he understood who it's not Henry or Claiborne who are actually, I assume, who are paying the money here. Okay, James.
Are you challenging that the dice are not providing the titles? That is.
No, I'm not. I'm pointing out a fact, reminding you of a fact.
As far as I know, the window for his to get a refund has ended. So we are.
You cashed the check. Excellent.
We've extracted the amount of money. Now it's just entertainment value.
It's a direct deposit from his wages.
You know, this is first edition. He was telling me yesterday about how he likes it's a very brutal game, that death means something. You know, when we used to roll characters, someone would roll 18s and 17s, and someone else would have 5s and 6s as their characters. And you didn't go, oh, that's too bad, you re-roll again. You laughed at them and go, ha ha, your guy stinks. Ha ha.
James, were you that little boy who rolled 5s and 6s? Yes, clearly, yeah. That's right. But you're not bitter.
No, I'm not bitter. So
what am I rolling?
You're rolling another D30.
30.
30. Let's see. So that is Surf, his illiterate Surf.
Peon, illiterate Surf.
Illiterate Surf. Are we using the same tables as before?
You know, there's pros and cons on this thing. So
I thought Hunter meant that in first edition.
and now another D15.
Is a 9.
9, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Oh, this is a good one. This is Stable Boy.
So it's PISS.
No, Peon, his illiterate Surf Stable Boy right now.
Surf Stable Boy. Peon, illiterate.
Oh yeah, it is PIS. Well, it's PISS. That's right, exactly.
At least it wasn't too bad.
Well, it's not over. Oh, there's still more to hear. So there you go.
Yeah, I like Henry's attitude now. Henry's hearing this one, and all of a sudden his name, his title's starting to grow on him.
That's right.
Henry and Claiborne are starting to recognize their names are actually pretty awesome.
So now I need a D60.
Okay. A 5.
5. Cowardly.
Cowardly?
Oh, he's an anti-paladin.
That's right.
You know, the anti-paladin is cowardly. I don't know. Did you see that letter in Dragon magazine from 1980? Someone wrote in to complain that the anti-paladin is cowardly. I agree with that guy, and he got a very terse response.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. So
yeah.
All right, so
anti-paladins cowardly.
And then the last one is a D30.
Okay. Let's hope this is something good. This poor guy deserves something good. This is the worst you've ever had.
Yeah.
22. I think this is going to be pretty good. 22.
29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22?
Yes, 22.
Oh.
Double check it.
I'm checking. Yes, it is Stable Boy, Cowardly, washer of Richmond. So like I guess he washes the stable in Richmond.
Right, he cleans the horses.
Right, he's a stable boy.
Right.
I guess I'm not a gong farmer. You know?
Yeah, you're not a link boy, which again, that you should aspire to that. So,
Dad, do you like your title?
So actually, the good news is I actually have 2 titles for you. You can keep your John the Peon, his illiterate Surf Stable Boy, Cowardly Washer of Richmond, or John the Master, his eminent patron Viscount, Peerless Keeper of Richmond. Which one would you like to keep?
Keep that one.
Keep that one. Keep it.
Well, maybe he could have 2. Maybe he could have like a title in residence at the house.
Right.
And then outside, when he leaves, a different title, perhaps.
He's illiterate.
Right.
When he leaves, he's illiterate.
Like, I don't want any special treatment, even though, obviously I am, a valued patron and everything. But,
well, if you
whatever the rules are, I don't want to.
Maybe we should roll a die.
Don't lie. So.
Well, then we should roll a die 6. 1, 2, or 3 is the first one.
All right.
4, 5, or 6. You guys want to roll? Henry, would you like to roll the die 6 to see which it is? 1, 2, or 3, or 1, 2, or 3 is the first one. 4, 5, or 6 is the second one. So I guess you guys are 2 or 3.
Okay.
All right.
3.
Didn't go as I planned.
Yeah, good job there.
The dice don't lie.
There you have it.
All right.
I think what that means. Listen. What we're going to do is I think we are going to put up on maybe on the website his fake name as an alias, right? But we all know, you guys, you know the truth, okay? Is that fair? Can we go with that? So you guys know the truth. Don't let him forget it. Hold him accountable. but we're going to post, and we, as a ruse, are going to use this other fake name just as an alias.
He's like a double agent. He's going to...
Yes. Because then when he goes to other places, no one suspects. He's just like this stable boy washing the horses. No one is suspecting. Right? All his power.
What does it say when you can't...
This is a great backstory where I start off. I'm at first level now. I'm starting off. I'm a peon illiterate surf stable boy starting off, and I will eventually
become cowardly and wash.
Cowardly.
The other stuff with the first name. You got to go one at a time. Eventually, you'll get to the first title.
If you're gonna post a fake name, are you gonna have to eliminate the chat or something, or anyone who's watching this?
No.
This is. I think the chat is. This is.
No one listens to our show except you guys, so thank you for that. So no one's gonna know. It's fine. So the dice have spoken. We cannot change the fate. So John, by the power vested in us for us, we now provide you the following title. You are John, the peon, his illiterate serf stable boy.
IW.
Cowardly washer of Richmond.
Congratulations.
But in all fairness, soon to be. Or AKA. We should do an AKA. Right?
That's right. The master, his eminent patron, Viscount.
Peerless keeper of Richmond.
Congratulations for both.
Congratulations to all of you. And yes, our first patron with a double title.
That's right.
So another first.
Another first. This is a lot of firsts. So
thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Well, we really so glad you enjoyed the show. We had a lot of good time with that. And like I said, hopefully, if you guys want to run a game for us, we are more than happy to play as poorly as we play with ourselves in your game. So that is not a problem. So, I hope you have a great morning, and thanks so much for chiming in. We hope to hear from you real soon. And John, like I said, if we have a game, or if you want to run a game, we would be happy to be partake in that. That would be super fun.
Can I have one parting question? I mean, I know this is why the show goes on for 4 hours. Henry and Claiborne, what's your favorite thing about first edition Advanced Dungeons and Dragons? So one thing. What's your favorite thing about it?
How the modules are a lot shorter.
Oh, I wouldn't even know about other ones. Is that true? Are the 5e modules a lot longer?
Yeah.
Well, what they have, if I could interject, what they have is, they come out in books now. They're book length, and they have a tremendous amount of information you have to spend an enormous amount of time reading. And it's all useless.
Yeah.
The players never get to that information. And in the shorter modules, you can, with the first edition stuff. I mean, look at the Slaver series. You basically have to fill in, I think, a lot of stuff in the older modules. And I think that's part of the fun of the first edition stuff, is that they're all different. Rather than having being spoon-fed all this information that ends up being useless, you can actually make it your own. And I just like to do it on the fly, or maybe even ahead of time. So he's taken us through, like I said, he's taken us through Tomb of Horrors, and he likes that much more. We did one 5th edition before we switched, one 5th edition module, and one of the chapters that we had to go through was about the characters took over a tavern.
I remember that.
They almost quit D&D on me. The players took over a tavern, and they were supposed to run a tavern, and it was about making money and that kind of stuff. These guys are hack and slashers. Right. They were just sitting there the entire time, like, I'm ready. Let's go kill some stuff. And I had to, at the end we've been playing for 3 hours, and finally I was like, okay, well, I don't know. There's an owlbear out in the countryside. Let's go kill it. End on a happy note, for the night.
Yeah. You mean there wasn't an adventure where you guys could take over a school and post grades and doesn't that sound like fun?
Wait, that was what's his name?
If I get my hands on a school, I'm gonna blow it up.
Wow. Okay.
Errol, we're on YouTube here. We're on social media. So actually, there was a game. Remember, Errol Otis did the artwork. Remember, James?
The high school game. Yeah, the high school game. Yeah.
Henry, I agree with you 100%. 100%. I love shorter adventures. So absolutely. And I'm going to recommend to you my all-time favorite adventure, which is very short, which is, James knows it, The Halls of Tiz and Thane from White Dwarf magazine. It's only like 3 pages. James always makes fun of me, though, because I had like a 90-page binder about it. But you don't need my binder. It's like a 3-page adventure.
Right.
And so it's a really short one. We also like Citadel by the Sea from Dragon Magazine is short, a wonderful adventure. So I just like to, okay, sounds like your dad is familiar with that one. So a couple shout outs if you're looking for short adventures, and also some of the Book of Treasure Maps from Janelle Jaquays, very short adventures too. So so Claiborne, what about you? What's your one favorite thing about first edition Advanced Dungeons and Dragons?
She's
It might be more than one.
She's very shy this morning.
Not like I'm putting you on the spot. Is it fair to say?
Monsters.
Huh?
Monsters.
The monsters.
Excellent. Just like flipping through the monster manual. So I remember doing that when I was young, and that was definitely a thrill. So, alrighty. Well, thank you so much, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. We look forward to having you guys as members of the Grog Empire.
All right. Thanks so much, guys. We'll talk to you real soon. Take care.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Bye.
All right. See ya.
All right. That was super fun.
That was super fun. That's so great. I mean, how many people that age are fans of first edition, you know? And that's wonderful.
That was good. So again, Pixie and Glade, I keep telling you, I know you feel like you don't do a service to them, but you're teaching others through how you play. That's what it's educational.
Right. That's what makes it good, is that I'm bad. So it makes it entertaining.
Exactly. So we need to bring that back. So we'll maybe in a couple of weeks, maybe for the holidays, maybe we should have Pixie Glades the holiday edition.
Mm-hmm.
Since we'll do it a couple of weeks, we could do a quick adventure for that. All right. So I've got to write all this stuff down so I could forget it. We need to give away something today, Dan. I was gonna have them do it, but I thought they had endured us long enough. So here's the magic bag of stuff, our monthly giveaway to our patrons. If you were a patron before October 30th, 31st, you get a chance to win. So I'm gonna dig my hand in the sack, and you tell me to stop, and I will pull out a token which will then somewhat determine who wins.
What's going on down there? Okay, stop.
Okay. It is a blue token. Okay, blue token. That means you need to roll a d10 and divide it by 2.
Okay, I can do that. That is the less pointy one.
Yeah.
Right. 2, 1.
1. Well, it pays to be you know who just got it? R.R. Brando, the guy who just became a patron.
Wow.
But let's roll a d6.
He is like the favored child. He had that amazing name. He's already winning.
Roll a d6 because we're gonna pick which one of these Great Castle Entertainment adventures he's gonna win. So roll a d6.
A 3.
1, 2, 3. He is getting from his cold dead hands C13, a very good module that
makes a great.
It makes a Christmas. Here, honey, from his cold dead hands. Congratulations. So we will do it again next month. Every month we will do it. And if you want to win, make sure you're a patron of anything and you have a chance to win. And we'll also, what we are doing is if you win, you can't win for 12 months. So this gives more people a chance to win. So it's not like someone's going to win like 5 times in a row. Mm-hmm. So you want people to win so that you have a better chance. Isn't that some perverse way of saying it? I think so. So congratulations. And so we will do this next month. I have to shade this so I can remember to pay the man. I'll use purple. All right, very cool. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. Speaking of giving aways, you know what we also give away? Flipping and turning, thanks to Rob and his great work, and to our patrons. So episode 2, issue 2 is coming. If you want to submit, now's the time to put it in. So get your submissions in. I know Rob is on the channel right now, so I don't know what he's looking for. Have you done your article yet, Dan?
Yes, actually, it is done.
Jeez.
Yes, and Rob can confirm that. Yeah, I'm done. Parenthetical evil.
I need to do mine. Sorry.
See, you don't know what to say now. You were so expecting me to be like, no, weren't you?
Yes. I was hoping. Because the last time...
You totally misplayed that.
Last time you were so far behind with everything. This time you're ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? Rob's, he's already, like, placed it. Like, I did a change, and he's like, oh, okay, I can do that, but I've already, like, put it in there. I don't know what that means, but he's already, like, doing his stuff. So yeah, man, you need to get it in there.
I'm gonna work on it.
Oh, I want to make sure that if we do, I need to remind you, if you do a pseudo undead ad, I want to put the tour dates on there. But
okay, we could do that, definitely.
Cool.
So, if you want to submit, do November 30th. All right. So next is finally random encounter. So the question is, are we going to do the holiday random encounter now, or are we going to continue our normal random encounter and then do a special holiday random encounter?
I think we do our regular, right? Because then usually we do our theme-based stuff later. So I think we just, the dice don't lie. Let's do, right? When we've got that, ridiculous angel-like thing? Diva. Okay. Yeah, which is going to win again.
Possibly.
Okay, but so let's do it.
All right, possibly.
Yeah, you're right. No, you keep telling me that Scarlet Rose bit the dust. Everyone.
We had a Tarask that's not around anymore, which is like literally the most powerful, because we had divine intervention.
Right. So let me roll divine intervention.
Yes, that's right.
Let's get back to me.
Yeah.
No fraud.
That's
here.
right. No fraud at all.
All right. So we're doing the Dorso roll, right? It is a 4. That's Monster Manual 2, is it not?
Yep, that is.
Okay. All right, then I think we're going to have you take over with the rolling, because I got the book this time.
Yep.
And I know you like to roll dice too. So rolling a D10.
A D10?
Sir.
A D10?
D10.
3.
We are in the dungeon.
Good, that's good.
Feeling it? Okay, so now a D10, because there's 10 levels. Obviously,
5.
Higher to... Yeah, it's probably not going to work out well. All right, now we're on to that D8 and that D12.
Okay. 11.
A cockatrice.
Oh.
Is it a cockatrice? Is it cockatrice or cockatrice?
I always say cockatrice, but I've heard cockatrice.
That's all right. All right, that thing I think has wings, right? It's a strange flying creature.
I don't know if it flies, actually.
Oh, it doesn't? Oh,
I thought
let's find out.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to look because you always like to quiz me, so.
Yes, I do. And the good news is we're going classic, Monster Manual 1. I love it. So there may be weirdness, but it's less weird. Okay. I'm turning, I'm flipping, I'm turning. Okay. Cockatrice. Well, it seems to have wings, so I always assumed it could fly. Yeah, it has a slash. It has one slash. That's probably flying.
I think that's flying. I didn't realize they could fly, but maybe they can. I mean, maybe they can.
Okay, what is their frequency, do you think?
I would say very rare.
Uncommon.
Wow, that is crazy.
And 1 to 6 appearing.
That's also crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. And did you know that there's now, and I don't know if it's in this one, in the Monster Manual, you have unique. I don't know if you saw that you have unique now.
Right.
I think that was new because Asmodeus is very rare.
Right.
And at some point in time, they started putting unique for one because very rare seemed weird. Okay.
Like it's like the Tarask was unique.
Yes, and that was new though, right? Because that was not in the Monster Manual. Because Asmodeus is just one, of course.
Yes, you're not going to end up with 1 to 6 Asmodee eyes.
Little baby, like Baby Yoda's little baby. He can have kids, can he? Why not?
But that's not the same. That would be a family then. That's not the same.
That's true. Right. Or does hell make you sterile? Okay.
Ooh.
So what's the AC, do you think?
5.
Close. Good job. 6.
Oh.
The movement is, what do you think it's moving walking around?
9.
6 inches.
Okay.
And what do you think?
15.
18.
Okay. So it's not super fast.
Hit when it's flying. Now it's going to catch you if it flies. It's going to fly and land on you. So that's not going to help you out, right?
Yeah.
But we are in a whoa, we're in a dungeon.
Yeah, we're in a dungeon.
Why is this thing coming up on the dungeon roll? That's weird, kind of, isn't it?
We've seen cockatrice in dungeons. I think it was one of those weird funhouse ones. One with the troll fornicating. Was there a cockatrice in that?
Oh, that was Chapel Science. That's great. That's what you remember.
No,
So
there's two. Go ahead.
Chapel of Silence, great adventure by I think Molly Plant, and that's what you remember.
Well, I remember that, and the fact that it was a first level module, and you had our first level party taken down to the underlayer where the vampire literally consumed the gnome illusionist, who was dressed like a clown. That's what I remember.
I ran the adventure as written, and you know, we're doing the Dragon magazine from 40 years ago, and you know, there was a letter. Did you see that letter where the guy was complaining about where they forced this guy to DM for the session, and so he threw like these horrible monsters at him or whatever, and they were complaining, and one of the players simply wanted to undo it. And just didn't recognize like a level loss, and do you remember the response was no. You can't undo it. Anytime you adventure, you run the risk that you run into that. So no, that's not you can't undo that. Okay, I want to recount. I just want to make sure this is that really is a yeah. And you know what's crazy about it, James, is it's on 11, which is high on the bell curve, right? I mean, it's like right in the middle there.
Yeah.
So monster level 5. You got a lot of cockatrices.
That's right.
In a dungeon.
Correct.
It just seems weird to me. Okay, whatever. All right. So how many? Oh my gosh. Okay. How many percent in layer? I'll just tell you because that's 30%. Does have treasure.
Oh,
treasure
good.
Type D. 1 attack. How much damage do you think?
Like 1 to 4.
Wow, you're good. 1 to 3. Why did you think it's? Oh, there's. Oh my gosh. You know what size they are?
Small.
I didn't know that. I saw this picture. I just assumed it was like a griffin.
No, they're a rooster. They're like a little rooster, basically.
40 years. True. 37 of those were not paying any attention to D&D or whatever. No, 30 years. I had no idea. Honestly, I thought this thing was like a large flying creature. That's why I was so startled. So the dice don't lie. It's Thanksgiving. It's like a little turkey.
It's a little turkey.
It's the D&D of D&D.
Well, if you were going to serve a turkey that some kind of bird that you really didn't like your guest, this would be the one to serve. It's
not on this menu I have here, but that's weird. So yeah, so you could have maybe that's like the Thanksgiving dinner in D&D is cockatrice.
That's right. Exactly. They're little yellow, green, wings are gray. Turkeys. Yep.
That's hilarious. I'm walking in the dungeon. I've got my torch. The light is see a shadow. This enormous thing, maybe Orcus. This enormous winged creature, right? With the beak and all.
Yep.
And then we look down and there's just like a little.
That's right. Okay. That's right. That would be the scene, right? It's the shadow kind of. You look at it and you're like, oh my goodness, this giant creature, and then you come out, kind of.
We have to put that. We put that in the tournament adventure.
Oh.
Icon, right? I mean, look, if people know it, then
That's
don't
right.
you think we have to have like a scene like that? No, I know you're writing that down, but Rob has told me you just throw those in the trash. And
I'm writing it down. Okay. I'll put it in the official notes.
Do you have a folder?
Yeah, I do. I'm going to put it in the official notes.
Oh, you type them?
Now I have to type them so that I can ignore them later. But okay, sure, show notes.
Where's that file? No, I'm just teasing you. So, okay, this is hilarious. So I've learned something. This is great. So here it is. Cockatrices or cockatrices are found in temperate to tropical regions, both above and below ground. There you go. How are they getting into they just wander in? How does stuff get in dungeons? Why is this thing walking in a dungeon? What is it eating? I mean, I guess it's eating like little bugs and stuff like that, little centipedes, you know. They can inflict
I'm
only
sorry, I
minor
can't pay
wounds.
attention. I've got to take copious notes now. Sorry.
Yes, please. No, I understand. I'll read while you take copy. This will work.
Yeah.
They can inflict only minor wounds with their beaks. Oh, uh-oh. This is crazy. But their touch will turn flesh to stone.
That's right.
Oh, my God. Save versus stone or petrified. Save versus... Wait, what does save versus stone mean? Or petrified?
Same versus petrification.
Oh, yeah, there's no save versus stone.
No.
It's save versus petrified, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's funny, though, that they called it save versus stone.
Jody.
Well, no, the DMG had not been, it was not out yet.
True.
Right? This was first. So maybe it was going to be save versus stone, and they changed it to...
Well, it says save versus stone or petrified, so Jody's right. Thank goodness.
No, I
Jody.
think it means save versus stone or you're petrified.
Correct. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right? Not save versus not save versus stone or maybe it is stone or petrified. Maybe you're right.
Well,
I don't know how to read that. I don't know. Jody should have clarified that. She's Gary. Note that the petrification aura of this monster extends into both the astral and ethereal planes. Oh my! And can affect creatures in those planes. Oh, so it's like the basilisk here. It says so. Basically, wow. So yeah, and like the Gorgon.
Right.
It's kind of like peeking in there. It's aura. Well, it's aura extends.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like the Gorgon, like the basilisk. They can petrify people in other planes.
Do I see it? So I'm on the ethereal plane, walking around. Do I see the bark, or do I hear the turkey? What is it? Turkeys gobble, right? Gobble,
Yeah,
gobble.
gobble,
Do I hear
gobble.
it? Or it's just an aura? So am I just walking by? I mean, I've got to end it, and it pecks at me. Do I see it, or is there something pecking at me and now I'm stoned?
So my understanding of the ethereal plane or ethereal plane is it's like Lord of the Rings when he puts the ring on. You remember the movie where he just still sees everything, but it's all weird?
Yeah.
He's not in the, she's in the shadow world or the ethereal world, which technically there's a demi-plane of shadow. I don't want to go there, but so you see the world around you, at least the immediate plane. There's a border, again, between the prime material and the ethereal plane because it allows you to go to the other plane. So when you get to the edge, when you slip into the ethereal plane, it's like when you slip the ring on in Lord of the Rings. You're right there. So the Gorgon or the basilisk, when it breathes or gazes, or in this case the cockatrice, when it touches, if you're near the same thing, that's how it does that because you're...
Wow.
That would be my understanding.
So that's rough. You really got to be watching out. You got to be looking, paying a lot of attention if that's,
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So description: the serpentine tail of the cockatrice is yellow-green. Its feet and beak yellow. Sounds like Tom Bombadil. Its wings are gray. Its feathers are golden brown, and its wattles. What's a wattle? I just learned Sagacity. Do you know what waddle is?
Isn't that the chicken thing? Isn't that the thing, the gobble thing?
Oh,
right?
Waddles. Yeah, that'd be a good name of of like a restaurant.
Well, that'll be
right?
his name if he beats the diva. Waddles.
Waddles, definitely. Waddles would be like a franchise in like the world of drag. You know what I mean? There's like Waddles everywhere.
All right. All right. Yeah. All right, Rob. There's another place. Waddles. It's the cockatrice restaurant. There you go.
Yep. Comb, eyes, and tongue are red. So the dice don't lie. So this is like we have a bird. We have a bird as our monster. So it can turn. Okay, let's talk about the cockatrice. Look, it has animal intelligence. Its alignment is neutral. It doesn't say it likes human flesh, which wouldn't make any sense anyway, because turning people to stone, and that's not tasty. So it's got to be not aggressive, right? It doesn't say it's aggressive. We see this in other places when things are like the spiders. I think it was with the large spiders, like 90% likely or something to like attack. This is clearly, I mean, this bird is really just going to try to fly away, don't you think? Like a turkey, or they're probably being hunted, unless you corner it. And it really now you got a problem, right? So if you're like trying to corner it, so you don't know anything, you're just like, oh, let's get this bird to eat, and you corner it, it's gonna attack and turn you stone. Would you agree with that? That it's probably non-aggressive.
Yeah, they don't typically want to attack you.
I wouldn't think so. What do they have to gain?
Well, something about turning things to stone. These creatures all do it, right? The Gorgon, the basilisk, the Medusa. There must be some there must be some reason besides just killing people. Maybe they consume them or something. It's hard to say.
No, I think it's Darwinism. So what happened was there was a genetic defect, and one of them got a gene, like a Gorgon-esque gene, which allowed it to turn to stone, and it obviously survived better than the others because it was when someone would come to try to grab it to eat it, it turned the attacker to stone and it lived, and then it bred and it passed on the mutation down, and this is what happened. This is it's a mutation from a common turkey.
Okay, I like it. I don't know if that's right, but sure, sounds good.
I should do the ecology. Maybe Ed Greenwood did the ecology of the cockatrice, and we just don't know about it.
That could be. It's a pretty popular thing, but I don't. I know. Somehow you have to figure out, like the Medusa. You can just hand wave and say, oh, they're magical creatures. They don't need to eat. The Medusa just gets satisfaction in killing people, or they actually somehow get the life force out of we talked from stone to flesh. What happens in that scenario? Are you trapped in that body, which kind of makes sense, and then you eat the soul later.
Well, and you raised an interesting issue. Maybe a Medusa got inappropriate with a cockatrice. With a turkey.
For unlawful turkey knowledge, yeah. That's...
and it was the spawn. It was the turkey.
I'm going to have to start saying, if we're going to go there, I'm going to have to be like NPR. The following content may be not suitable for...
Right. We do. We are. We learned nothing from the early segment with the family. Okay.
Yeah.
What I think is fascinating is that they're treasure type D. What do you know about treasure type D, sir?
It's good.
It is. Exactly right. This is crazy. So look, I think treasure type is clues to the monsters, what the monster does, don't you think?
Right.
Gary is info, and we're often ignoring it. Yeah, you're right. 10% chance of thousands of copper, 50% chance of thousands of wait. This is crazy, James. This is a small little turkey. It's a turkey. In a 10% chance of thousands of copper, 50% of thousands of silver, 50% chance of thousands of electrums, 50%. Am I reading this right? 50% chance of 1,000 to 6,000 gold pieces, 30% chance of 1 to 2 gems, 25% chance of 1 to 6 pieces of jewelry, a 50% chance of any 2 maps or magic plus 1 potion. James, what's going on here?
Well, and the interesting part is, so again, that's in layer, which is only 30%. So when you see these petrifying stone chickens, you gotta chase them back to their lair. Besides the fact that you're gonna find these perfectly carved statues all over the place, you're then gonna be like, oh, okay, great. Now let's go find the chickens so we can get their treasure.
Yes, that's a pro tip.
Right. Except, unfortunately, there's probably the thief who's, over the chest, stoned, petrified because he was trying to get to the thousands of gems.
That's true. But so really, so we should go cockatrice hunting.
Right.
That's what we do. So you hear it. You hear gobble, gobble, gobble. And you're like, whoa. Wait,
like a duck cockatrice call.
Yes,
Bark,
we
bark.
do the little cockatrice. Yes, we call it, and then it comes, and we don't want to kill it because that's a mistake. You are so right. We don't want to just kill this to eat this thing. Oh, we're going to eat it, all right, but it's going to be quite a feast because we're going to follow it back to its lair, and then look, we're just shoot it with a bunch of arrows, right? We get our bows.
Exactly.
Just it's like of arrows, right? It's going to be like Custer's Last Stand, right?
Except it has 5 hit dice, so you're going to be shooting it for a while, but yeah.
Oh. I forgot that. How does this little thing have 5 hit dice? Is this the smallest creature to have 5? What?
It's more powerful than an ogre.
Oh, so you could have a fight between in our next match, it's like an ogre versus a cockatrice, right? And at the carnival or whatever. That's wild. These things are weird.
Right.
Crazy weird. So you better bring a lot of firepower. I don't understand this thing at all, man. Why? This is very bizarre.
And the fact that they're, you could find them pretty easily.
Yeah, they're uncommon.
But that to me is, but I would put some of the treasure on the people. Like if coins would be one thing, but if it, like you said, gems, where you find the gems, they're on the petrified person.
Does that all turn to, what turns to stone when you get petrified? Everything on your body?
Everything on, well, the way it's typically is everything on your body. But
because that
you
doesn't
could
make
argue
sense.
that it doesn't.
And does the cockatrice D treasure type suggest that it is the latter, not the former? Because how is I assume the cockatrice is getting all this stuff because people are coming after it, it's turning them to stone, and then the cockatrice is looting the body.
Right.
Right? I mean, how else is the cockatrice getting all this stuff?
Well, the other thing is because if it did, well, again, classically, you see in the pictures, their whole body turns to stone. But you would probably argue that if that, then it would turn everything to stone. So it would probably just be the human flesh.
Which would mean if you're then looted, you're now naked.
Right.
Because if your clothes are taken, everyone's taken. So that's where the Park of Obscene Statues came from in the city-state of the Invincible Overlord, is because these people were petrified and everyone took all their stuff, just leaving them, right, all out there, like a nudist colony.
Exactly. Yeah, and this is probably why all those arms get broken, because you're trying to take the chainmail off, and it's kind of stuck, right? You're in this position, you can't get the magical chainmail off.
Oh, yeah, you cracked me off.
You're like, I can't have time for this. You cut the head off and the arms, and you just pull the shirt off.
Oh, that's awful. That's right.
Do you know who had the good treasure? The ones who have no arms and legs, because they were just stripped.
That's right.
Breaking them apart.
So we don't know the answer to this, and that's not an insignificant question. I guess we can't digress now. I don't know if anyone in the chat does, about whether there is, in fact, a definitive answer on when you're turned to stone. I guess there's not.
Well, classically in the shows, they've had everything turned to stone, but logically, it's stone to flesh or flesh to stone is the thing.
You're right.
It's not flesh to stone and everything else.
You're right. I mean, stuff could get trapped inside there, right? So in other words, I don't know, inside your flesh.
Yeah. Well, if you swallowed a gem, then it's stuck in there. Yeah. Right. If you're the half,
right.
Or if you've done it the other way, like a lot of thieves, they've decided to store some things. Right. They would be stored.
Right, to avoid detection.
That's right. Like a prison,
right.
Prison, yeah.
Like, hey, now, whoa.
That's awful friendly.
No checking for secret traps, my friend, on me. Right?
Yeah, I'm going to have to put not suitable for children yet again.
Right.
That's
okay.
Great.
All right. Well, all right. This thing's crazy.
It is crazy.
All right. I like it, though. It's crazy. All right. Are we ready for combat? You're looking up there something. What you looking up?
Well, I'm sure that someone has figured this out, but I feel like you'd have to rule it that way, that the statues would have the clothes on them, but then that makes it interesting, because typically when to give the tell to the party that they're going to go against the Gorgon or the Basilisk, you tell them, oh, there's some perfectly made statues, but you don't say there's perfectly made statues which have clothing on top of it.
Yeah, that's true. And we should send this question to the gibbering.
The gibbering or gibbering mouther. That's
gibbering?
Right.
See, I don't know how to pronounce anything. Giblets. I feel like this episode is just a pronunciation nightmare for me. Cockatrice. All right. What did you say? The gibbering mouther.
Yeah, because one of our folks are complaining about our teas, American teas and stuff, so I decided to go with gibbering.
All right, gibbering mouther. We can ask this question to the gibbering mouther, right, for flipping and turning about
here we go. Clarification.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's like a real-time gibbering mouther response?
Yes, the pH description of stone flesh says, under the description of the reverse, flesh to stone, everything worn or carried turns to stone.
Oh. There it is. Okay.
But now you have...
There's an answer.
But now you have the issue of, like the cockatrice, if it touches everything, turns to stone, then everything would be turned to stone.
Where's it getting its stuff? Well, obviously, no, this is what it does. Well, yeah, but it's animal intelligent. Why is it taking all this stuff back? So it's just hoarding. It's not like, I want to drink this potion. It's just, again, it's like a giant rat, right? I mean, it's animal intelligence, so it's just hoarding. It likes it. It collects stuff. It has to be stuff like people put their backpack down, right? It's just done this enough times. It's slowly hoarding stuff, would be my guess.
Right.
But so what would be funny is you come across this statue. Everyone, of course, is concerned that the statue is going to animate and come to life, right? No one's thinking about the cockatrice in the corner, right? Which is what you're really suggesting you need to be worried about, corner, right? Yeah. Cockatrice in the corner, right? Or there's a friggin' Gorgon or something, right? I mean, everyone thinks this has been like a billion years. For all you know, the cockatrice is just there, you know? And you hear that gobble, gobble. So, all right, this has been a lot of fun. I really like this. I like the cockatrice. For some reason, I like this weirdness. I don't know. I guess if you stick this in the Fiend Factory in White Dwarf and I'm reading the cockatrice, I'm like, this is ridiculous. For some reason, when it's in the monster manual, it always gets a pass with me. Always gets a pass with me.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, so we need to do, so I'm the Astral Diva, which is kind of appropriate. Yeah. I feel like an Astral Diva sometimes, so.
You are a diva.
I agree.
We all agree.
All right, so let's roll for surprise.
Okay.
Let's see if I have any surprise things. Nope.
I rolled a, well, no, wait, this is good for me. I'm sorry. How long have I done? I rolled a 4. I'm not surprised.
I rolled a 1.
Oh, and there is a chance because, so does spell resistance, magic resistance work against petrification?
We've talked about this before, and I've been I think my original take on this was no, but people have convinced me that inherent abilities like this could work. So I would probably lean that it could work, but I'd have to read magic resistance.
Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, we're talking about the same thing again. Yeah, magic resistance indicates the percentage chance of any spell absolutely failing in the monster's presence. And I'd learned my lesson. You gotta always keep reading. It is based on the spell. Blah blah blah. That's a magic resistance of not blah blah blah. No. Also, that the magic resistance of a creature has an effect on certain existing spells, such as Hope Portal, which I remember talking about that, which I thought was interesting. It's not as you're generally of the belief that if it doesn't indicate it, it ain't, and I like that method of interpreting text. And it says spell. Right. It says spell. Right. I mean, is there somewhere else that it talks about magic resistance? Because it says we should look at the DMG. It says spell. This is not a spell.
I agree.
It might be spell-like, but it's not a spell. It's inherent. I'm not casting it. Right?
Yeah, unless it says something specific.
Magic.
It says a chance a spell might fail when cast on the monster. So I think that's the literal way of doing it.
Because you probably have a high magic resistance, I assume.
Do.
It's like 95% or something, or 90%. But I'm not just trying to root for the cockatrice here. I don't think that it's not a spell. I don't think it should apply.
I agree.
That's why
I like it.
You're the ruler there. Okay.
I'm good. So
wow.
Now you got to figure out how close you are. You are 20 feet away.
Oh, so I can fly at you probably.
Yeah, that'll take a couple of your segments. Yeah. You got what? I rolled a 4, or I rolled a 1. You rolled a 4. So what is that? 3 segments or 4 segments?
That's a 3. Well, that'd be a 3-segment difference.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, a 1. No, you're surprised for 1 round.
Oh, 1?
You're surprised and I'm not surprised.
1 round. That's right.
Right? This is the way we do it, right? We know this is controversy, right? But so you're surprised for 1 segment. So you're right. I can't do time-based stuff. I couldn't fly 18. Can I fly 18?
You can fly 18 feet.
We're outside. We're in the dungeon. Are we in a dungeon?
Yes, we are in the dungeon. We said that.
Oh, so
we're inside the plane of whatever plane we're in.
But so I can move. Can I move 180 feet flying in a
round?
So
you can move 18 feet in a segment.
Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah. Divide by very quick. Very good. Divide by 10. Oh, I was so close. I'm like right at you.
I'm going to give you that. I'm going to say you get it. Come on. That's.
Well, okay. Well, how about this? So basically what happens at the end of the segment, I'm like right in front of your face. So maybe I should get like multiples. How would you, let me ask this, how would you do this as a DM? Might you for the next round give me some pluses on initiative? Because so basically you don't even see me come flying at you. You look up and I am 2 feet from your face. Might you give me pluses on initiative for the next roll?
Well, I could, but I don't think I'd do that. I would say you could charge, and then you could get there.
Oh yeah, I mean, my charge, I'm definitely
right. So you get +2 to hit, and you'd get there within 20 feet. So you could do that.
Because I'm moving. Wait. So, but can I fly faster when I'm charging?
Yeah, you move more your movement.
How much extra of my movement do I get? Do you remember?
Well, it's 50%. It depends. If you're indoors, it's indoors versus outdoors. Typically double, because you're a bipedal creature. Remember we talked about that, inside versus outside?
Yeah, so the bottom line is just movement rate is your just standard normal. And when you charge, you actually, so I could actually, like, I'm flying faster. It's like a flying charge. I'm like flapping these wings really fast.
Your waddle's just about to hit the diva, yes.
So the waddle's like flying in the air behind me.
And then you're going to whip it, and you're going to whip it on him, and that's how it's going to work.
Wow.
So,
yeah, because where is...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, where is... Sorry, I know we digress. Charge is what in combat?
Yes.
I heard. I could tell how you sounded there. I know. I'm always relearning. Where is charge?
It's on
charge. There it is. Is it page 66?
Yes.
This action brings a charging party into comment on the charge round, but there are a number of considerations. Movement rate while we're indoors. The indoor dungeon rate is greatly reduced due to the conditions. Therefore, all movement is double base speed. Wow. So I'm going 36.
Right.
So I'm actually going 36 feet.
And as it says, the opponent must be within 10 feet distance at the termination of the charge for any blows to be struck, which is where you'll be.
Easily.
Right.
Yes. So when I get +2 to hit, this is great. Initiative is not checked. The opponent with the longer reach attack. But you're surprised.
Right. So I'm going to...
That's why you don't even get to do anything.
Right. That's what I'm ruling.
Is that right? Because you're... Oh, I see what you're ruling. But wouldn't you have... Oh, yeah, because I can actually
I have no actions. I can't do anything.
Yeah, you're right. That one segment, I can actually fly fast enough with the charge that I'm just go right into your face.
Yes. You could make an attack at +2.
So this beautiful angel is just like looks up, and basically this bird, it's like sucks in a bird into its engine. You just look up, and this bird just whacks you right in the head.
Okay.
Maybe. We'll find out. I might just go right by.
You get +2 to hit.
This is awesome. You have an insane AC, though,
yes.
don't you?
So you need an 18 or above to hit.
Okay. No, this would be so awesome, wouldn't it? Do you need poll watchers here? Do you need, like...
An official count?
Watching? I need, like... Yeah, and actually, like... within so many feet, like the pole watching. Is that what you need?
I was told you can't be within 6 feet of the pole, but that may be a different. That may be a different thing. Social distancing. So I don't know.
Well, all right. So there it is. Here you go, pole watcher. Can you see that?
I can see cat. I can see you need to clean your dice tray or not let cats in there.
I know. It's like I know they love this thing. Okay, it's not grizzly because it's all white hair. Okay, this would be amazing, wouldn't it? This would be a Thanksgiving miracle.
Okay, here we go. I can't see the dice, but that's okay. 2. All right, so.
Oh,
boo. Hiss.
Oh, man. I like that I fumble. What did I do?
All right, so.
Oh, yeah. It's like World War I air combat.
So now it's initiative.
How do we know what my type of aerial is?
What type of aerial? Oh, you'd have to look in the monster manual. Okay, we're going to go to the monster manual.
Isn't there I thought you liked that stuff that I like
I like it, yeah. You flew, well, you kind of did a drive-by, but, she flies as well, so. Ooh. And she is A. She is class rating A. So now we're doing aerial combat, folks.
Oh, I'm A.
You're not A.
Where do you find it? That's you. I'm A.
So
where do you find it?
You go to page 49, Adventures in the Air and the Dungeon Master's Guide.
Oh, so it wasn't even part of the Monster Manual at the time.
No.
Okay. So
Cockatrice is on page 51.
Okay. I'm flipping and turning up. All right.
And so it has the different classes. So Class A can literally turn on a dime, requires 1 segment, full airspeed.
Oh. There's more information on the Cockatrice.
Yes.
Okay. The Cockatrice is not a strong, steady flyer. Oh boy, he is a turkey. It will not go. Do turkeys fly?
They kind of hop around, don't they? I don't think they're.
Can they fly at all?
I
Okay.
think they kind of glide or something. I don't know. This is.
will not go above 300 feet. Yeah. Okay. They're not. So you're not like riding a a griffin. You're not gonna see like a cockatrice come flying by. Okay. Unless provoked into one of its screaming fits of rage.
Yeah.
I can't believe we this new information. Anytime we get a flying creature, we have to look this up because we're missing a lot of valuable information. They have seen fits. I'm in a screaming fit of rage now.
That's how you are all the time. You're in a screaming fit of rage.
And that, of course, is right. That's of course one of our albums
that
as well.
That is the screaming fit of rage. You know,
cockatrice.
That was the album the Judas Priest didn't make. It was Scream for Vengeance, but they didn't do Screaming Fits of Rage. So.
Yes, they was right. It was gonna be, and someone said no.
Or Screaming Fits of Rage Against the Machine. Screaming Fits of Rage Against the Machine.
Right. In any case, it will never fly for more than 2 to 5 turns before landing to rest. The cockatrice's power to turn flesh to stone is an awful one, as it often need only hit to destroy its enemies. Right, but you do get to say, okay. And those petrified in the air, usually fall and shatter! Exclamation point. Gary's loving this one. Oh my gosh. So if you're flying around, you need to be careful about. You accidentally fly into a cockatrice, you turn to stone, and you descend, and then you got to do a saving throw, an item saving throw. Unfortunately, the item is your body.
Right. So, are you ready to do aerial combat now? Do you have the next 2 or 3 hours?
Yeah, because what was I, a C? What does that mean? That's not so good, right? It's like grades in school. C's not as good.
Right. So on page 52, it's basically what that class means. It's the ability for the creature to turn and maneuver in the air. So the higher the rating, A being the best, within one segment you can go back where you can do a 180-degree maneuver.
Yeah.
Whereas slower ones, like in this case C, D, and E, they take longer times to bank and go around. So
basically, I'm a World War I biplane,
right,
and you're a UFO.
Correct.
You're a flying
right.
saucer.
That's right.
Great.
So what we're supposed to do is pull out graph paper. And
well, what's that mean?
Right. So conducting aerial combat, just since this is our show, page 52. Conducting aerial combat will be much simplified if the DM will remember that most flying monsters simply cannot execute complicated maneuvers like barrel rolls or loop-de-loops. Most can do nothing more than climb, dive, and turn, and all these actions are easily simulated and quantified using speed and maneuverability classes. Just remember that this is easy. There are 2 methods you can use to conduct aerial combat. The first way is simple but less accurate. The second method is more accurate but requires the use of hex paper or a hex map. Do you have your hex map available?
Not handy. No. I mean, I could use like a war game map. I mean, I could pull out like a copy of Dawn Patrol, World War I era game.
That would be good because we need a running record of absolute and relative altitude should be kept either on a separate sheet of paper, and miniatures should be used.
No. Okay. All right. How would you play this without that, which I hate because this is not a war game? So A versus C. How does that affect your DMing, if at all?
Well, I would say, for me personally, I would look at the fact that this diva goes at 42 speed in the air, and you move 18, that you got your 1 attack. Now it's initiative. If you win initiative, you can start to begin turning. I will get my attack. Then the second attack, I will let you have an attack.
Right. That sounds fair, right? So So
you're basically going to get every other attack. Because as you're trying to bank, the diva is literally right here, going anywhere that they want to get to.
So basically, I had my shot.
Right.
It was kind of like Pearl Harbor. When if you don't destroy the U.S. in that attack, that's bad because you've woken the sleeping giant, and it's all right.
So,
got it.
So now it's
over.
initiative.
Okay.
So you're going to continue to fly, I assume. Now you could land. You could.
Yeah, I'm declaring. No. Let's. I'm declaring that I'm going to. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Yeah, you're right. All right, I'm going to come down to land. Because you're right. Good point. I'm only animal intelligence, but I'm not that stupid. Yeah, this. Let's get this. As
Basically,
a
what
ground attack.
happens is the diva was standing there. All of a sudden, this turkey gets shot out of something, smashes into her, and now is falling on the ground. Because if you start flying, you have no chance.
That is true. It was a 2, so it may have been just that, right? I just sort of like hit to the side, and I'm kind of like, I'm like one of those. What is it? What is on Star Wars? The Empire's little fighter.
Oh, the
I'm
TIE
like
fighter.
Spinning. The TIE
Exactly.
fighter. I'm kind of like spinning, kind of. All right. Feathers are flying. Okay, got it.
That's right. Oh, they're,
Right.
they're speaking about WKRP, the turkey thing, the classic. Les Nessman
yeah.
dropping turkeys out of the plane. That was awesome. That's good.
Yes, that's
Good
right.
times.
Wow.
All right. Well, I rolled a
Yeah,
6
good.
for initiative. What's your?
I rolled a 3.
Okay. So the diva goes. What's your armor class?
6.
Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Blah 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 blah.
So I needed an 18, and you need a.
Well, yeah. I guess I'm just going to attack. I'll just keep it simple. I mean.
Oh, you're gonna cast a spell.
No.
Oh,
What I'm going to do? I'm going to sonic blast you. That's what I'm going to do.
Wait. You didn't. Well, hold on. Objection. Challenging. You didn't declare.
I'm attacking. That's what I said. So I'm attacking.
Did you
Yes,
say
I did.
that? Okay.
But next time I'm going to sonic blast you.
Because now I've made you angry.
Yeah. If I survive, I'm going to sonic blast you.
You're gonna blast that turkey.
I'm going to cook the turkey.
Well, yeah, that's right. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Because you don't damage the turkey
That's
probably
right.
that much, right? And you said
I
you've
wa-
actually advanced.
I want the fleshy bits. Okay, so
Yeah.
what's your armor class, turkey boy?
6. I could be turkey girl. Or wait, are all turkey? What's a girl turkey?
I hit you once.
What did you need to hit?
I needed a 5.
You missed once.
I did.
You get 2
I
attacks.
rolled a 1.
What are you attacking? What are you attacking twice
My
with?
sword, my mace, the bell ringer. Remember?
My God, it is like angels wielding weapons. This is brutal.
Yeah, so I only hit you once, though. That's too bad. If I would have hit you twice, remember I'd have to
Right.
knock you senseless or something?
I have 5 hit
Yeah,
dice.
you got hit points. All right, so you took a whopping +3. You took 6 hit points of damage. I'm sorry. You took 11 points of damage.
I have 22 hit points to start, so I'm down to
Okay.
11. So, ooh.
All right, so now
Feathers
that you
out.
landed, you can attack since you.
Gobble, gobble, gobble. Oh, wait, no, don't we have to roll initiative? That was
no,
my...
you basically slammed into him, and now I assume you're going to attack.
Oh, you're giving me... Oh, I see. You're just having me attack second this
Right.
round.
Yeah, because you lost
what you
initiative.
do?
Yeah, you fell down. Because if you would have
Okay,
kept
'cause I thought that was
flying,
my-
you would have been dead.
my-
But I'm allowing that.
Oh, right.
Now you have a chance.
I see what you're saying. So that 2, basically, I didn't need to declare that action.
Right.
What you said is, I hit him and I'm on the ground.
Right, exactly.
I'm a grounded bird.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you need
All
a
right, here we
20.
go. Oh, that's right. I don't get the 2 anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh. All right, hold on. Let's take the hair. All right, so just so you know, so there's no, because you guys, no one trusts me anymore.
4.
4.
That's not good.
This thing's a turkey. I have a total of 6. My rolls are a total of a 6.
All right, so roll a d6 for initiative. I am gonna declare a sonic blast.
I am going to try to peck you, obviously. Peck, peck.
All right.
I'm coming at you. All right,
4.
peck you. 6.
Okay, make your attack.
Peck, peck. Okay. Come on. Give me something. Give me a Thanksgiving miracle.
Well, roll the 30-sided dice. That would help.
Yeah, they're making me increase the chance. I should be praying to the bird. Oh, yeah, we're going to see what the bird deity is. A 12. It's getting better. If I survive 4 more rounds, I might get to 20. 12.
All right, so short range. What's your intelligence?
I'm animal.
What is that? 0, 1? What's that equal to?
I will tell you. I'll have to roll.
Oh,
Do
you
we
think
need no
going down
specific-
the rabbit hole? We're going. Yes, I need a specific.
It's 1.
Okay, you have 1. All right, so now we have to determine your wisdom. I would also say is probably 1. So it's not very high. So your attackers attack creatures' total intelligence or wisdom. So
Wait, can I hold on? Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'd like to back up and make an argument.
okay,
it says touch turns person to stone, right?
Yes.
You said I hit your head with my my roll.
No, you
of
tried
2.
to hit me. Then you fell down. I didn't say you hit.
Oh, well, okay, because it says touch. It doesn't say hit.
Right, but you didn't hit me.
But did I touch
You
I
hit
didn't
my
touch
mace
you.
actually when you rolled the 2.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to
Actually, I swatted you away when I looked up just in time.
Wait, you swatted? Did you touch me?
I touched you with the mace. The mace doesn't turn to stone.
Oh, okay. You swatted me with the mace. Does it touch when it says that? Do you think that means if I simply touch the cockatrice that I got to roll, or does it got to be like they got to peck at me?
No,
like
if you
a hit? It says
if you
touch.
grab the thing, then you make a saving throw to see if you get petrified. Absolutely.
Right. So that's
If
wild.
you
It's not
if you
easy to
ride
grab.
if you ride the cockatrice, if like Rocky, if you're
Right.
trying to catch the cockatrice that
Right.
would be the bad ending of Rocky, where he's trying to catch the chicken to get
Right.
his speed up, and he
Right.
catches him and turns to stone.
Right.
That would be bad.
So Rocky just ends there.
Right.
He becomes that statue.
That's right.
That's why he's that statue.
He's that statue, exactly. Okay, so because your combined intelligence and wisdom is 0 to 5, you need to roll a 20 to make a saving throw.
Are you serious? So I need a 20 to hit and a 20 to make my saving
Mm-hmm.
throw. Okay, there we go.
Come on, 20. 14. Okay, now roll percentages.
So I've been psionic blasted.
Yes, you've been blasted. Wee, 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 wee.
Okay. I rolled a 45.
45. So you had 3 choices. Death was from 1 to 85, coma was from 86 to 99, or sleep was 0-0.
Oh my god. So like I needed a 0-0 then just to like fall asleep.
Correct. Yeah, because a coma is you'd be
Alright.
out for 2 to 12 days and cannot be awakened.
Perfect. So it's like you called the Butterball hotline. They're like, okay, this is what you
That's
do.
right.
You need to go with psionic blast, right? Because it's low intelligence. Odds are it's just gonna die, right? Or we're asleep. You're not gonna, you're right, and there you've got it perfectly ready for you.
That's right. Yeah, just heat it for 12 seconds in the sonic blast microwave. Oh, they
Right.
like Ride the Cockatrice. That's the new album from Pseudo Undead.
Right, the cockatrice. Yeah. So
He's
okay.
gone. He's history.
All right.
It,
Waddles.
Waddles didn't make it. He had a good run. He got 2 or 3 attacks in.
He did. He had his chance. I mean, when they talk about this in years to come, everyone will acknowledge he did have his chances, and he just couldn't deliver.
So now
He had 3 rolls.
it's your favorite part. I'm not going to forget it.
Yes, that's right. So as the cockatrice is getting blasted, a final prayer
With his
do it.
animal
All right.
intelligence.
with his animal intelligence. Yeah, but all right. Let me. So you guys can see it here. Nope, 37.
Oh, that's
All over for
too
Waddles.
bad. Waddles, he had a good run. Well, just like
did.
Thanksgiving, the turkey's dead.
That's right.
Mama's bringing turkey home.
Yeah, you're flying away with this. So you're just like, you're flying, you just see like you're in the ether, you just see like this angel or whatever flying with this cockatrice. It's like, oh, Thanksgiving. Enjoy.
Hello, I
Happy
brought we're having turkey, yay!
Yay! Daddy got a cockatrice.
It's awful crunchy. Don't worry about it. You'll be
Yes.
fine.
I have the waddle, please.
Oh, the humanity. All right. Let's see. Spell selection.
Let's do it. All right, I'm rolling a percentile.
Yes, you are rolling percentile.
I rolled a 65, sir.
That would be Magissimo.
Okay.
Roll
I will-
percentage to see if it's illusionist.
Okay. It is a 47.
Magissimo.
Okay, would you like to roll for the level?
Sure. That was funny. 5. That's good.
Okay. I need you to roll a. It's 1 to 24, so obviously a D12 with a 6.
Number 5.
Number 5 is
Did
Cloud
we do
Kill.
Cloud Kill?
I feel like we have.
I
done
feel like we
Cloud
have
Kill.
done
Have we
Cloud Kill.
Okay, we're just gonna assume we've done Cloud Kill. All right, we'll give it another roll.
Yeah, I feel.
And our apologies to Cloud Kill for wrong.
If I had better notes, then if I didn't throw them out, I could remember which ones we did.
It's the charm of the show. Well, let me see if it sounds a billion cloud gassy yellowish vapors. Oh wait, yeah, this thing's like massively deadly,
yeah.
isn't
We've done
it?
Cloud
I mean,
Kill.
that's the name, Cloud
Yeah.
Kill. I think we've done cloud kill because I was surprised at wow, yeah, you just send this cloud and people are dying, right?
It's it's the fog pea swoop. Yeah, it's really good. Let's try this again. This time it's 19.
19, telekinesis.
We've done. I feel like we've done It's all feels like we've done these before. We have done telekinesis because we did. We have to do that again.
Okay.
We're running out of spells. We may have to use the book that shall not be named. No. Okay. Now 20. Teleport. I don't think we've done teleport.
I don't think we've done teleport.
No, we haven't done teleport. We did maybe teleport with no error. I don't remember.
We did the one where you can there's one where you can accidentally be like.
Well, at some point we're going to repeat these, and we'll just say different things, and people can combine them together and kind of figure out.
Yeah, we'll probably be inconsistent. Right?
Without a doubt.
Different opinions, right?
Right. So teleport is on page 82 of the Player's Handbook.
Right. When this spell is used, the magic user instantly transports himself or herself along with a certain amount of additional weight, which is upon or being touched by the spellcaster to a well-known destination. I feel like we've done.
We did this one. Yeah, we did this.
I feel like I've been here before.
Yeah,
I really did.
We have. I'm rolling again.
We're doing terrible.
Hold monster. We have not done hold monster.
Oh, okay. Hold monster. All right, hold monster.
All right, so we need someone to go through every random encounter episode, a random spell selection, and tell us which spells we've done.
Well, this is what the production goblin was so valuable for stuff like this. And
yeah.
We just haven't seen. Okay, so maybe we could recruit Henry and Claiborne to.
Right. You could start using the Tome of Mighty Magic. That's what Rob says we should start using.
Well, that thing's hilarious.
Yeah,
I love that thing. Okay, hold monster. This spell immobilizes from 1 to 4 creatures of any type within spell range and inside the spellcaster. Oh, so can we use hold monster to hold the cockatrice?
Absolutely.
This will be part of our hunting when we go turkey hunting. Okay, he or she can opt to hold 1, 2, 3, or 4 monsters. If 3 or 4 are attacked, each saving throw is at normal. This is kind of like there's other spells like this too.
A whole person does the exact same thing.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Oh, so this is hold monster. I got it. So this is a whole person, but for monsters. Got it. What is a monster? It says creatures. So do we need a definition of creature? Can I use this on elves?
Yes.
I can use it?
Yes.
Because they're creatures.
Dragons.
But humans what's a creature?
Everything. It's a supers thing. Yes.
You know what I'm doing, of course, don't you? I'm looking it up in the glossary.
Sure.
Okay, hold on. Creature. Oh, there's no creature's not in the glossary. Okay. I guess all right. So creature's anything. Sounds good to me. So if one is attack saving throw.
Here's the thing. Here's what I would argue, Dan.
Yeah.
Anything that's in the monster manual would be a monster.
Oh, right. So elves are monsters.
Right, because they're in the monster manual. So are humans.
Right. I gotcha. No. Okay. So that's very nice, and that's why it's higher level. So wow. So I can hold a dragon.
In theory. Yep.
The save negates. So that's it, right? But if one is attacked,
keep reading. Yeah.
Right. So partially negated hold monster spell effects equal those of a slow spell. Oh. Partially negated hold monsters. So wait, what does that mean? That means if they make the save?
That's what I read it as. That's how I've always read it. That's why this spell is ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. And what does a slow spell do for me? I move at half speed?
They half attacks, and they move at half speed. So if they get 1 attack, they get 1 per 2. So huge benefit. So even this, unlike hold person where it's all or nothing. So if it's from the Fiend Folio, no. Rob, being the editor, yes. The Fiend Folio is a monster manual.
Oh, look at that! And the area effect actually says 1 to 4 monsters per creatures.
There you go.
And so your argument is, if it's in the monster manual, and you're saying Fiend Folio is monster, anything in any of those
the
books.
monster manuals. Anything. Correct.
Interesting. Okay. So yeah, that is very nice. So the cockatrice. So what we do is we come upon the cockatrice, and what is the range? 1/2 inch per level.
So what level do you have to be to cast this?
Level 5.
No.
So what level? Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. It's a level 5 spell. So what level? Yeah, what level magic user? I'm gonna guess. I don't know. Let me see. I would say level 5. Let's say 8th.
Close.
Or 9th.
Ninth
What is it?
correct.
9th. Okay, so you got to be a 9th level magic user. So you're pretty high.
Yep.
So
Well, you're mid-level in the real game, but for you it's very high.
Yeah, to me it's insane. So I'm a high level. I'm a 9th level magic user. I get this spell. Tell me again? Does the range? Does that go to yards outside? Yes. Oh, so if I'm 9th level, it is 45 yards outside. Correct. Whoa. So I can really be far away from that cockatrice if I spot it. So I spot that cockatrice. I cast this. Even if it gets to save, it's slowed. So I'm going to move faster than it perhaps, right? I'm a magic user. I'm not encumbered. And what we do is we'll just surround it. It's either not moving, and how long? One round per level. Mm-hmm. So so you take the magic user with the hold monster spell when you go. Now, I mean, the problem with this, of course, is it's not going to take you back to the treasure.
Right.
But if you're just looking for Thanksgiving dinner, your job is to come back with the turkey.
Right.
You want to go out with the whole monster spell.
Well, there's 1 to 6 of them. So what you're doing is you're culling a few of them out, and you leave one, and then hopefully that one will run back. It'll fail its morale.
Very smart. You're a good hunter.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because
Okay.
if there's 6 of them, they're going to be very, they're encouraging each other. So we want them to run back.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. This is a very, very powerful spell, which is why it's 5th level. So yeah, you can. So can you cast it while something's flying, like a dragon?
Sure. If it's in range.
What happens? Oh, but what happens? Wait, does it immobilizes it? Does that mean it freezes, or does that mean it falls?
Both. It freezes. They held and they fall. We had that in the campaign where I learned how paralyzation is such an awesome spell for illusionists. The illusionist cast paralyzation on a flying dragon once it got in range because it was in yards. The dragon failed to save and became paralyzed and just.
Yeah, so there's real risk if you're a flying creature, or you're on a flying creature. There's a lot of risk going on. Yeah, you really need to.
Well, it's the same idea when knights forget about fighting the heavily armored knight on the horse, kill the horse. And then the horse, the knight gets stuck in the mud. And...
Right. It's right. It's kind of the old, right? Shoot in Lord of the Rings. Shoot the guy who's running with the flame to destroy
kill the Oliphants, and everyone else will be dead on top of it. So
right. All right.
So Hold Monster is an amazing spell. We got to look in the Book of Cold Showers first.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Book of Cold Showers, correct. Monsters are limited to the following 3. That'd be terrible.
The book is silent on it, so it is as written.
It's as good as we think.
It's a great spell because of the fact that even if you fail, you get the slow spell, which slow is just such a powerful effect. Because again, look at the cockatrice. Now it has half the attacks, so that's pretty awesome. So
yeah, even if it saves, yeah. All right.
So it's a good spell. I would definitely use it. The problem is, in relation to the other spells, it's one that you wanna keep as well. So, which one do you want to keep when you have a lot of great 5th level? There's so many good spells. It's an embarrassment of riches. If you're concerned about escaping, teleport. Wall of Force is amazing. Hold Monster is amazing. Cone of Cold is good. Conjure Elemental, amazing. Cloud Kill, Animate Dead. There's just so many good spells. So it's a good once. The 5th level magic user is the big jump in power, and 9th level when you become a 9th level magic user, because you get access to the 5th level spells. Even though really 12th level is when you get 6th level and 11th you're considered a wizard. to me, once you're a 9th level magic user, you're doing pretty good.
Yeah. All right. I like that.
That was good. That's a great spell.
Yeah,
I probably let me write this down. Spell selection. We did hold monster. Maybe I can do a search at some point. I'm going to put hold monster. We did teleport, cloud kill. I'm going to assume we did all these. All right, cool. We're going to skip Have You Ever did the wizard thing because we're running behind.
I think that makes sense because we want to get to our Thanksgiving theme.
That's right.
Segment.
So it is Thanksgiving here in the United States. Well, not quite. In a couple of weeks. And so Dan said, hey, let's talk about food on Dungeons & Dragons. All right, Dan, what do you want to talk about food?
Exactly. It seemed like a good idea. And I have very little, very little talk about food, so it basically just turns into a spell selection again because you have very few food, and food I'm not including water. Food, there's very few food-based spells, right?
Yes, that's true.
They're all, so we've got, the cleric has purify food and drink, and of course the reverse, putrefy, I believe, food and drink, and then there is create food and water is a 3rd level cleric spell. Those were the only ones that I recall seeing in the player's handbook in terms of spells. Is that correct to your understanding?
That is my understanding.
So I guess the question I've got then is the only real question I have about these spells is other than Thanksgiving, and and what are you getting? I mean, I know one of them says it's like good food or whatever, but so is it just like random? Is it just like nondescript food? So can I use create food and water? What appears? What do you have any idea?
No, I don't. Normally, well, that's it. The question I have is there's in the player's handbook, page 36, under provisions, which by the way, you stare at these things. We only used rations because we assumed we were adventuring. Everything else we didn't care about, except maybe the beer and wine. But you pointed out merchant's meal. What is in a merchant's meal versus a rich meal? You assume a merchant's meal is kind of the oi polloi, the standard fare that you would have, but it's not very clear.
Right.
And what's also interesting is, at least in the 3 books here, there is no rules on, what happens if you don't eat every day, starvation. It just assumes you're going to need to provide food. Most games, right? The DM always asks, hey, did you provide rations? But there is no rules on starvation or scurvy, or I guess you could get a disease, but there really is no rules on if you don't have food, what happens, at least in the core books.
No, that's right. And I don't know why you have a merchant's meal. I mean, is this for a day trip? Because the rations seem to be clearly take for an extended adventure. The merchant's meal and the rich meal, it just seems to be, it's just like packing a lunch.
That's right. We're going to just packing a small lunch for the trip.
Yeah. This should be like a 9 to 5. This is like there's an ogre's lair. This will be an in and out. It'll be honey, I'll be home for dinner.
Right, exactly.
We're gonna go get the cockatrice lair or whatever. And I guess here I prepared for you. I guess if you're low level, maybe it's like, here, honey, I packed you a merchant's meal. If you're higher level, here, honey, a rich meal, so it's better.
Right.
I guess this gives us some idea of how much food costs at taverns and bars. So I don't know what to do with this, and I don't know what to do with the rations. You're the one that pointed out to me that the difference between iron and standard is a weight issue. Correct?
Right. That's right.
Because why wouldn't you do standard? It's 3 gold pieces. So is iron is lighter?
Yeah. So the idea that my understanding, if you go to page 225 of the Dungeon Master Guides, it's other places, encumbrance of standard items, because they didn't put that down in the player's handbook. And if you go into rations, iron rations are 75, standard rations are 200. So it's 1/3 the weight of that. And then there's the idea that iron rations probably last longer because it's like, beef jerky and like what the hobbits brought, the bread, the elven bread, and this kind of stuff that could last much longer.
And you said the iron is lighter than the standard?
Correct.
Right. So iron is better, right. So the idea is probably if you're paying more, it's better all round. Right. It's lasts longer, as you said, it's lighter. And so yeah, but I guess, you got to care about encumbrance. You got to be doing encumbrance, right?
Right. Well, right. And what's interesting, back in the early game, and of course Vic pointed out Wilderness Survival Guide. Yeah, I know they put rules in for starvation and all that stuff in the books Wilderness and Dungeon. But pre to that, when we just had the Holy Trinity, no one ever complained, well, why do I need to bring food? Everyone always was like, oh yeah, I got to bring food. But there was never, at least I don't remember anyone.
Take off ration. Yeah,
right.
Take off ration. I mean, how often does the DM say, all right, everyone strike a day of rations?
Yeah, well, they do, but I've never gotten to the point where you've run out of food. Now this is what's going to happen because there's no rules for it. It's almost like no one ever wanted to call the DM's bluff on if they ran out of food or water.
And usually you're not in a place. I mean, when you're at the tavern and at the town, you're in Hamlet, wherever you're eating the meal, right? You're usually not a week out in the middle of nowhere in the dungeon, right? I mean, it could happen, but usually people have at least 1 week and you're not out there that long, so it becomes a non-issue. Which brings me to my next question is, why am I picking these spells? I mean, I've got to pick them at the beginning of the day. I'm a cleric. Unless I know that we've run into trouble. I mean, when am I picking to purify this? It's stunningly situational spells, aren't they? When am I picking create food and water unless we are starving? And then the cleric can help you out there. And it just says it's nourishing foods. That's great. So if you've got a cleric who's high enough level, then you're probably not going to run into trouble with food at all. But if you when are you picking to purify food and water unless it's really situational?
Yeah, and the situation is if the Dungeon Master wants this game to be more of a resource game. You're on a stranded ship. You're crossing the desert. You're in a swamp where foraging is difficult. Or you're in the tundra, and the food you have to purify because if you don't, you're starving. Yeah.
Okay. So I could see that. So yeah.
But it's situational to your point, and once you have it. That is the challenge with higher level play. A lot of the things that were problematic for entry level adventurers, encumbrance, travel, you don't worry about overland adventures because you teleport everywhere or you have magical beasts or whatever the case it is.
What is putrefy? So if I'm going to do the reverse, I mean, unless I'm being like Gollum and want to destroy the elven bread and blame it on Sam. I mean, what am I doing with this spell? I mean, unless I'm just trying to sabotage the adventure and I'm like, get rid of the food, it just makes it bad, right? I mean, is anyone dying from eating this stuff?
Well, someone commented that purify water hurts water weirds, which is I remember. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. You'd have to know water weird is around, but that's very interesting.
Yeah, and who would carry that around? I mean, that's so, like you said, situational.
You're at the convention, and you're the cleric. Like, what did you pick? I picked, purify water. Why? What? Like, you never know, man.
It's food and drink. So there you go. It's super exciting.
Water weirds. Yeah. So the
Well, you could spoil unholy water with purify water.
Okay.
And vice versa. So maybe you're the vampire and you're doing putrefy so that people can't cast holy water on you.
Yeah, or you're like the NPC and you're really evil and they don't know it, and like they go to use the holy water and you're like, yeah, it's not working.
That's right. They're actually bathing. The vampires and the whites are bathing with. Oh, this is. They get stronger.
Yeah, they're drinking it. Delicious. It's like that orc, right, on Lord of the Rings who pulls the sword, through them.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Yeah, they're just drinking it. Like, yeah. So I guess you could do it. You could have like the NPC cleric who's messing with stuff. Like the food has gone bad and you don't know why, and the holy water's not working. So
right.
Yeah. Okay.
Or there could be. Right. You could pretend that there's a curse on the land where the food is spoiling. Again, it's that kind of. Using that as a way to trick the commoners, oh, the town is cursed. All the food in the stores was spoiled. How did that happen? Well, the guy stood outside and...
So you left the cockatrice out. You forgot to put it in the fridge the night before Thanksgiving. Don't worry, honey.
It's not. It hasn't been on ice, and now it's smelling bad.
Right.
You
No
purify
worries.
cockatrice.
Right, I'll handle it. So, no, what I did think was interesting, about food, I thought of this article, which is a little bit later. It's in a Dragon magazine. It's a little bit later, I believe, but it was a room for the night, inns and taverns in fantasy game cities. I kind of liked it because it gives you it gives you a price list of a lot of stuff. And what I love about it is it gives you a price list of cost by inn rating. Your inns are rated as 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, or 4-star. And I assume there's like a Fodders or
is that a
Frommer's,
Michelin list or is that Zagat's or?
Yep, like a 4-star inn, and so it tells you the cost for it, and it's got a great menu, and it's got abalone, apple, banana, bass, beans, beef, berries, boar, bread, broth, cabbage, carrots, chicken, cheese, clams, coconut, corn, crab, dove, duck, eggs, game hen, goose, grapes, gruel, lamb, lobster, mushrooms, mutton, orange, oyster, peas, peach, pear, pheasant, pork, potatoes, rabbit, red snapper, ribs. I know this is fascinating. Rice, salmon, snake, soup. Is that snake soup? No, it's just soup. Stew, squid, trout, tuna, turkey.
Turkey for Thanksgiving. How much is turkey?
All right. So where are you going, sir? You want to go for Thanksgiving? Because some people do go out for Thanksgiving dinner, right?
Right.
I mean, this year. But where are you? Are you going to a 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star tavern, sir?
Well, this is me. I'm going to a 4-star, of course.
Okay. So you're going to be overcharged, but maybe prepared better. How much would you think a turkey? I guess, do you get the whole turkey?
Well, I would hope so.
That's a big meal if you're coming with a family.
Well, I'm going out for Thanksgiving. I've got to feed the whole family.
Well, you might be a half ogre.
That's right. Yeah, it could just be for me then.
Right. So what is the how much do you think that's going to cost you?
10 silver pieces.
Get out! It's 10 silver pieces. Whoa! I have a winner.
I don't have it. That's just my guess. There you go.
Winner turkey dinner. So yeah, and 1-star is just 5 copper pieces. But so it's kind of nice because to have in a pinch, right? The players always want to be like, what is there and how much does that cost me? Now there is another one from the Dragon, September 1979, which was Inns and Taverns. Also had a menu, and this is one I like a little bit better. Okay, look at this menu. Ready for this? It is beaver tails. It's a little more exotic, right? Beaver tails, snake stew, rabbit stew, wolf stew, chicken eggs, lizard steaks, beef steaks, roast chicken, roast duck, ham, haggis, salad, lobster, shark, fried snake, frog legs, otter stew, snake eggs, duck eggs, eel steaks, roast turkey, roast pheasant, venison, mutton, vegetables, crab, caviar and salmon, whale blubber, beef ribs, and bread. Now, I like some of these better. Now, what's very interesting about this? The roast turkey here, you ready for this? Mm-hmm. 3 gold pieces.
Wow, that's some turkey.
Yeah.
It's important.
So no one really. So don't feel bad if you don't really know the price of your stuff, because apparently no one can agree on this. So
well, this is one of the big challenges as a beginning DM, right? You're learning to DM, and you know there's so much you have to learn, and the party goes to the tavern, right? You start the adventure, you're like blah blah, and they go, well, I order a drink. Okay.
Right.
Well, what can I get? And you're right at the beginning, like, do you really do? Right. And then if you fumble around,
right?
Well, they have ale. Well, what kind of ale? And what kind of food? I want to order this, and they're like, oh, and then they'll spend 20 minutes going, oh. So why would this tavern in a small, like in the hamlet, have 40 things on the menu? I would assume there'd be one thing that the cook made. You know, they killed the turkey, and that's what you're getting. Everyone's eating turkey.
Yeah. It's like in the Blues Brothers. We have 2 kinds of music, both kinds of music.
That's right.
Country and Western.
That's right.
Yeah, we got ale. But what's interesting is, here are some of the possible drinks, since you brought it up. And I agree with you. I don't think most of these are going to be available. We have ale, of course, but then we have dark ale. We have beer, bourbon, brandy. Ready for this? Grog.
Grog, yeah.
Grog. Yep. Now these are ones that are kind of interesting. Apple juice, grape juice, orange juice, tomato juice, mead, cow milk, goat milk, tea, spring water, common wine, fine wine. The other one just has, from Dragon 79, September 1979, just has wine, good, I love this, or watered, mead, ale, grog, rum, beer, and they're priced for a 16-ounce tankard. These prices, they give you a price per mug, price per glass. Otherwise, they're a 12-ounce mug. My point of all this
Is there
is
a point? Okay.
there is a point.
Okay.
My point of all this is, if you're going to DM, it's nice to have these articles again. I think, right, a room for a night, and then inns and taverns, because you don't have to worry about it, right? You can just look it up quickly, and you can tell them this is what they got, this is the price, and you don't have to worry about that.
And that is the first test, but because it always, and then the same thing, they're sitting there. It's just like when you go take your kids or your family to this, at the drive-through, and they're looking at the menu, or oh, what do you have today? Or they ask the poor server, what's the specials? Oh, I guess they're spending 45 minutes ordering a meal for fake characters.
Right, and you've spent 27 hours prepping the dungeon.
Right.
And you're an hour and a half in, and you're right. You're asking, do they have duck?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Or if you try to play through that and go, your party has assembled in the tavern, and after having a great meal of this, well, I didn't want to have that. What else? Whether my choice? No, you don't have that. And already people are unhappy. So.
Right, and then a fight breaks out, and you're like, why am I a DM?
Right. Why did I sign up for this? So.
Right, exactly. All right, that's all I had to say about food. I don't have much more to say about food. There's not a lot going on, right?
Right. But we wanted to, I guess your idea was after food that you wanted to almost simulate the Thanksgiving event is that basically what you want to do? But our twist on it, is that the idea?
I'd like to talk briefly, because look, when else are we going to have the opportunity to do this? I'd like to talk briefly about the American Indian mythos.
Yes.
Because, right, Jim Ward included American Indian mythos, and I think they're pretty cool.
They are.
And we don't need to go through each one of these, but, I read through them, and I got to tell you, it was enjoyable. It was a fun read. I think that a lot of these are very interesting. They're quite powerful. I don't know when I would ever use these as they are, and I'd like to know, maybe people in the chat, what use do you make of American Indian mythos straight up? Are you having an American Indian campaign? Some of these are more easy to use, right? Like the Greek mythos,
right.
The Finnish mythos, they make a little bit more sense.
Well, in the context that the default fantasy world is a medieval one, and that the Greco-Mesopotamian predated and they were known about it, or Egyptian, that if you left the medieval, you go there, you don't see easily how you would get to the American Indian one or the Central American or whatever the case may be.
Exactly right. And so I would struggle to figure out how to use them. But what I think perhaps is, you can use them. Like I think we've talked about this before. What are your thoughts on using, say, the rat god from Lankmar, who is awesome, and just sort of, importing him in?
Sure.
Getting ideas for deities. And I think a lot of these deities are really interesting. I love the fact that they can assume, one can be like a large raven, or they can turn, a lot of them can turn into animals and things like that. So I thought this would be a lot of good ideas. If you're looking for interesting deities, I would not overlook the American Indian mythos, because we've got the Raven, something that I see, right? It's and I love Raven is this great transformer trickster.
What page are you on?
Sure, I'm on page 12 of Deities and Demigods. First, I like this idea. You got this idea of a sacred bundle. There's a lot of interesting ideas where, you got to collect all these items, and then it gives you added bonuses. So this idea that a cleric may have a sacred bundle, which has these items that he or she has collected through a lot of effort. And, you got to see it's like a scavenger hunt. Like, okay, slowly through adventures, if you can pick up these things, you get a sacred bundle, and it gives you bonuses. I like that stuff because I think it helps bring clerics and religion in D&D to life, and I like that. So the Sacred Bundle I thought was a very cool idea. The Raven is great. So the Raven is great polymorph shape change abilities, he can appear in virtually any form he chooses. In addition to a raven, he may also appear as a fox, a jay, or the moon. He only fights as a last resort, and then only as a giant raven. I just love the idea of a giant raven. Although he's known as a great provider for mankind, the raven loves to play tricks, usually for the purpose of obtaining food to satisfy his ravenous appetite.
So he's like Vaprak as a bird.
Yes, isn't that great? So I mean, look, you don't need to be doing an American mythos, Indian mythos campaign or American Indian campaign to have the raven as like a really cool. I mean, I could see the raven as like a gnome deity. In all honesty, right? I mean, an equivalent of a big raven. This guy is a gnome deity, and the coyote is great because he's primarily bullying, greedy, trickster. That's a great deity. Yeah. His chaotic personality makes him difficult to understand. He's usually accompanied by a wolf or sometimes by a giant fox, wildcat, badger, or porcupine. That's awesome. His tricks often backfire on him. That's great too. He's a deity, and his tricks are often backfiring on him. His role is primarily that of a cowardly thief. And his followers are most often are thieves who want to improve their thieving abilities or to be granted tricks involving illusionist spells. So how cool is that? I mean, can you see like his coyote thief deity that these are worshiping? So I just thought they were very cool. A lot of them are obviously very much related to nature. Mm-hmm. You've got the thunder spirit. You got the fire god. I like the god of racing. He just shows up. And he's like, let's race.
Right.
He just shows up in the village. He's like, let's go, dude. Let's race. You got a lot of heroes, which are interesting that these heroes have so many hit points. Because I would have thought a hero is just like a standard character
right.
who's just really cool. But they're like
superpowered.
A druid. Yeah, and they've got all the character classes too, like many character classes. And so I thought the heroes are very cool. You got the winter spirit, the snake man. You know, the Thunderbird is awesome. And so, yeah, I was very impressed with. So I recommend that people look at American Indian mythos to give them ideas for deities. Some of these are crazy. Like one of them had like you do a lightning bolt, I think, for like a very, very long distance. My guess is it would be probably the fire god. The god is very fond of destroying villages by fire.
Nice.
If they do not make sacrifices to him. That's awesome, isn't it?
Yep. That's your Wizard in the Village now, this version of it.
Yeah, exactly. And I love, the Snake Man. The Snake Man can summon 5 to 500 random types of snakes to serve him once per day. Okay, that's frightening.
Right.
Isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So I thought that what we would do is, and the Thunderbird can cast 1 lightning bolt per round at any target from 50 to 300 yards away. That's long, but I don't know what the lightning bolt is for the magic user spell.
That's pretty far.
I was going to say 300 yards away, lightning bolt.
You have to be pretty high level to do that, just based on that. So what I thought we'd do too is I thought we would randomly select. So we're going to change the Thanksgiving thing. Unlike the story that is the common lore that the Pilgrims, after suffering a terrible winter and whatever, the Indians, the Native Americans, assisted them, and they came together for a meal of blessing and unity. In Dan's reportrayal that he sent to me last night, he would like what?
Well, I would like some combat between a randomly rolled Native American deity and a pilgrim, and have that. So kind of like a special sort of random encounter. I'd also like to talk a little bit about pilgrims, though, because again, I think what's amazing about First Edition AD&D is it's things that you think were boring. If you actually read it, it almost seems there's always something interesting.
That's right.
And I don't know if I had not ever read the entry for Pilgrim under Men. I'm on page 69 in the Monster Manual. James, had you ever read the entry for Pilgrim?
The entire thing? Probably not.
Right? I mean, and if you look, the picture seems kind of boring down there. There's no creature eating anybody. I mean, right? I mean, that doesn't invite me to want to read about. If those are the pilgrims down there, I don't know if it is.
Those could be merchants. It's hard to say.
Those might be. It might be merchants. They got a lot of goods. In any event, that picture, whether it's merchant or pilgrim, is not making me very interesting. But I'd like to talk briefly about pilgrims. And what I want to focus on pilgrims is this idea that they could be chaotic evil or lawful evil.
Right.
So you have 10 to 100 appearing. Pilgrims are simply groups of individuals on their way to visit some place which is holy, and of course I love the parenthesis here, or unholy place to them. Thus they are found nearly everywhere. They're going to have clerics, right? If they're, a group of pilgrims always have following additional characters. They got to have clerics. They can also have monks. And so what you have is you basically have can you imagine a horde, let's say upwards close to 100 lawful evil pilgrims marching to an unholy place. And, they've got, if they're lawful evil, all the pilgrims will fight as berserkers.
That's right.
Right? Although they'll be armed with daggers, if the party is chaotic evil, the thieves will be assassins of the level indicated. They're going to have clerics. They can have magic users. So I don't know. I just have this idea of a horde of like 90 lawful evil pilgrims that are going to be fighting as berserkers, and they are, they're marching to this unholy place. So I don't know. It seems like somebody out there might be able to do something.
Right. Which, based on your us looking at a history through the lens of the Native Americans, you could argue that that's basically what happened.
You could certainly make that. I'm not going to ascribe an alignment to the pilgrims that came from England. That's up to others to decide. But if you notice, James, the alignment percentages, 35% of pilgrim hordes. So pilgrim hordes are only uncommon. So, your chance of seeing one of these is the same as finding a turkey, right?
Right.
We know they're uncommon. And it's 10 to 100. And there's a 35% chance that group is evil.
Right.
That's
One in three is going to be an evil group.
Isn't that kind of frightening? So, like, you see a group of pilgrims coming. You just see a group of pilgrims coming.
Right, exactly.
That's could be really, really bad news.
Right, exactly. And so if you don't have the time to calculate this, if you have your Rogues Gallery, one of the official products from TSR back in the day, on page 32, it has predetermined pilgrims lists.
Are you serious? That's awesome.
There you go. So group 1 has 103.
Whoa.
Group 2,
103.
yeah, well, the way that, because
that's busting the number appearing range.
Well, the way they determine is there's 80 pilgrims on foot, 5 second-level clerics, 4 fourth-level clerics, 1 sixth-level cleric, 1 eighth-level, 1 first-level fighter, 2 second. So these, you determine how many pilgrims are in the group first. Then you do all the chances. So it says in the monster manual, the way it's, again, this is official, a group of pilgrims will always have the following additional characters. So there will always be clerics, regardless.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The 10 to 100 is just the
actual pilgrims.
Oh, then I see. Then you get the additional. They will always have 1 to 6 second level, 1 to 4 fourth. Oh man, this is getting rough. 1 to 2 sixth level, 1 eighth level cleric. Oh my. And then there's a 25% chance that a 5th or 6th level monk will be with the party. For every 10 pilgrims, there's a 10% chance that there'll be 1 to 10 fighters. There is a like chance that there'll be 1 to 6 thieves, second to 7th level. 5% chance per 10 pilgrims that a magic user. If the pilgrims are lawful good, the fighters will be paladins. If the party is chaotic good, the fighters will be rangers. If the party is, I guess they can be more than 2 rangers at a time. If the party is neutral, the clerics will be druids. Notice that there's no chaotic neutral and no lawful neutral here. So again, suggesting this idea that there's no neutral clerics, right? Is this evidence that Gary was not thinking of neutral clerics?
Correct.
Right? That's pretty much evidence of that.
Well, there's neutral clerics. It says neutral.
Oh, but they're druids, aren't they? Probably druids.
Oh, well, you're assuming that, correct. But there's not lawful. I don't know.
Wait, no. It says the party is neutral. The clerics will be druids.
Oh, okay. There you go. Right.
Yeah, it actually says that. So that's pretty strong. We're building up a lot of evidence. Wait, what's our evidence on no neutral clerics? Is Gary So I think Jim Ward said he never remembers a neutral cleric in one of Gary's games.
Yep.
There is no discussion of the turning ability of neutral clerics, only good and evil. And now in the Pilgrim section, it says if they're neutral, they're druids, and there is no lawful neutral or chaotic neutral pilgrims, apparently.
Well, there's also no neutral good or neutral evil pilgrims, which
That's
is
true. That's interesting. What's that all about?
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
Isn't that weird? Because why couldn't you? Are you just well, I mean, surely there's deities that are neutral good, right? That you would have a pilgrim for.
Now in the Rogues Gallery, which again is an official product by TSR, on the bottom of page 32, it says no statistics are provided for adventurers, as these may be randomly determined on the preceding tables. No alignment has been given for any group, or alignments may be determined by the campaign or in the table below. So they also don't provide, they assume, I guess in the Monster Manual, that the alignment of the players or the characters would be the same as the group. But you could use this, and it expands the chart to all 9 on here. And it says neutral, clerics are druids here in this expanded chart.
Is this for pilgrims specifically?
Yes, this is under pilgrims. Well,
so this
this is under that. Since no statistic, this is about the adventurers that are joining the pilgrims. Because you can only, the assumption would be that they are the same alignment as the party, as the pilgrims, but they don't have to be. The clerics probably do, but the fighter doesn't have to be the same.
Right, not exactly. No, that's right. I mean, the question is, why are you with them?
Well, you may have been hired to escort them. You know, it's why you join a merchant thing.
Right.
Maybe you're going
Right. So,
there's a whole bunch of reasons.
So what interests me more is that you come upon, randomly, you come upon a group of pilgrims on a pilgrimage, and it is, let's say, lawful evil. You've got a ton of lawful evil clerics right in there, and you might have a lot of other baddies in there. 75% likely to be afoot, 25% being mounted. Wow. Could you imagine a horde of 100 plus lawful evil pilgrims, bunch of clerics, all mounted? The thieves are assassins. Yeah, that's nasty. You want to get off the road.
That's called Group 2 in here. 90 pilgrims on horseback, 4 second-level clerics, 4 fourth-level clerics, 2 sixth-level clerics, 1 eighth-level cleric, 2 first-level fighters, 1 second, 1 third, 2 fourth, 1 sixth-level fighters, 1 seventh-level fighter, 1 seventh-level thief, 1 eighth-level magic user.
What do you do when you get to the unholy land? I guess you pray, right? It's like you just go there and you
or you're walking, you're like, aren't we supposed to sacrifice someone? Well, who's the sacrifice? And if the other one, if that's one of those, right? If you look left and right and no one's there, the sacrifice, guess who's the sacrifice?
Oh, yeah. That's right. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. What time is it? When's the last time we sacrificed? Who was it? What were you doing last time? Were you supposed to do a bunch of Oh, that was a demon. You sell your soul?
That's right. Yes, exactly. You have to sell your soul to get a higher percentage to get the demon to come. Exactly. Louis Pulsifer. What
I think is interesting, too, is that the intelligence mean is average to vary. So that's interesting. Right. They're like smart.
They're smart pilgrims. So you've also decided that that these should be in the pilgrim of pilgrims have weapons.
Yes, and we both thought about this. You reminded me, but we thought about it independently, and you brought it up. I'm like, yes. So we need to, in honor of Ed Greenwood, right?
That's right.
But we like to say our friend Ed Greenwood.
He's been on the show. He's a friend of the show. He's been on.
I don't think he remembers who we are. Well, we consider him a friend. Exactly. I don't think, who are those guys? Ed Greenwood, who, of course, wrote the article about what, James? What did you bring up?
The second volume, Other Shot at Firearms, that these pilgrims should have some kind of weapon. So on page 23 of Best of Dragon magazine, volume 5, which came out from issue 70, February 1983, it says a second shot at firearms, because he wrote an original one in episode 60, April 1982. And these are more medieval guns, from the 14th, 13th century, 15th century. But then they had later guns as well. So we have decided that So he has a nice picture on page 23 of it. For those who are online, we'll show you a picture. Yeah, you get to see that somewhat. And so we've decided that whatever pilgrim is going to fight this Native American deity is going to have a early flintlock musket.
Great. So I assume it gives you a range there. I mean,
Yep, range is in 10, 20, 30. It's pretty short. It's a 70 caliber weapon. Does 3 to 12, short or medium, 1 to 10, and it can be shot once per round.
Wow, that's pretty quick, because I would have thought reloading takes more time, but
Well, it's once per minute in this case. Now, there are other ones that take longer, but yeah.
Okay, so so whoever's the pilgrim has a flintlock. All right, this sounds great. So, are we ready to settle this matter?
We're recreating history, D&D
Yes,
style.
we are.
So first you're going to have to decide which random deity is going to come.
Yes, and shall we roll to see who is going to play the pilgrim and who is going to play the Native American?
Sure.
The American Indian mytho. Okay, so what do you want to do? You want to just roll a d6?
Yeah, 1 to 3, it's you're the pilgrim. 4 to 6, I'm the pilgrim.
So all right. So 1 to 3, 1 to 3, you're the pilgrim, and 4, 5, or 6, I'm the American Indian mytho.
Oh,
Is
okay.
that right?
Yes, that's right.
No, that's all right. So 1 to 3, I'm the pilgrim. 4, 5, or 6, yours. All right, I'll roll. That's a 1. Is that me? I'm the pilgrim, right?
No, you're the American. You came up with it. I don't care.
I got a flintlock. What are you talking about?
Okay.
I get to use a flintlock? I'm using the flintlock.
Now I think you should roll to see which pilgrim you are. So.
Oh, I'm not just like.
You
I'm
could
not
be.
Just pilgrim number 4?
Yeah, you may be. We're going to find out. So roll a d4. We're going to use the Rogues Gallery to figure out which pilgrim you are.
Oh, this is great. It's a Thanksgiving surprise.
That's
I wasn't
right.
expecting the Rogues Gallery. 2.
Okay, so roll a d100. Let's start with that.
Okay.
If you roll above a 90, you're one of the special guys.
Got it. So I want to hit above 90. I rolled a 98.
Okay. Who am I to?
98.
Okay, perfect.
98.
So now roll a d20.
Okay. So I got a shot. Literally.
Yeah.
I've got a shot. Get it? Haha. An 8.
Okay, you are a 4th level cleric.
Oh, a clear. Oh yeah, and this is great because that's not an edged weapon.
It's not an edged
right?
weapon. I'm gonna allow you to have it because you're a pilgrim.
Does that article talk about like which character classes can
Oh, I didn't check that. I should have checked that.
use guns?
I don't know if it says that. Let me see. Blah, 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 blah. Class restrictions. And we're flipping and we're turning and we're turning and we're flipping. The blah, 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 blah.
I don't want to lose my flintlock. That'd be terrible.
Blah, 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 blah. It doesn't say. I'm sure it may have said it. Nope, it doesn't say. But I'm not reading the whole article because we're live. So I'm going to go with you are allowed to use it.
Cool. So I'm a 4th level cleric.
Right. So, let's find out what your alignment is.
Oh, yeah, right. So we're going to do it on the. Do you have a chart there too?
Yes, I
on
do.
Rose Gallery?
Yeah,
I've got a chart.
roll percentages. We're going to
Okay.
use this chart.
So this is history's judgment on the pilgrims.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. We're going to find out. Breaking news. 81.
81. Lawful evil. You're lawful evil.
Well, they weren't as lawful as Catholicism, I guess, right? Because the pilgrims were.
Well, you'd be 81, and you'd be 81 in the Monster Manual too. So it's 81 regardless. Your lawful evil in either chart.
So in the lawful evil pilgrim cleric with a flintlock. That's a T-shirt with a flintlock. We need that drawn. We need to get Henry and Claiborne on that.
That's right. Lawful evil cleric pilgrim
with a flintlock. I'm so ready for you, dude. You are so going down. All right.
So you're a 4th level cleric.
I shall now pick. What was my wisdom? I may have lots of spells.
Oh, well, I'm going to do that too. Since we're going to use that. Hold on. Just slowly.
I know. I get so excited.
You're going to have to figure out what your attributes are. We're not going to roll them. We're going to roll in the Rogues Gallery.
I'm gonna bring this character to the next time I am able to actually attend Gary Con. I'm gonna bring this character and ask each DM if I can use this character.
All right, roll.
The one with,
Yeah.
the one with the flintlock.
Roll percentages.
Okay. 5.
5. Okay, you ready for these exciting stats?
I am.
You're a human male, which is good. Your strength is 8, 9 intelligence, 17 wisdom, 11 dex, 9 con, 6 charisma.
I love it. Those stats are perfect. I love those stats. It is great. I'm just like, what was my intelligence? I'm not even that smart. It was like a 9.
9. Yeah, you're average.
But I'm quite wise, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not the SAT's not my thing. So I get some bonus spells, my friend.
You do get bonus spells. But let's see who your deity is first.
Oh, that's got that too?
No, we have to roll your deity.
But I mean, the Rose Gallery has that too.
No, it doesn't have that.
Oh, that would have been too much. I'd have been like, yeah, that Rose Gallery's awesome. How are we going to roll my deity?
Well, that's a good
How do you
question. Well, we don't know.
What lawful evil deities are there?
Well, you can pick whichever lawful evil deity you want. It doesn't have lawful evil. That's something to think about. Lawful evil deities.
No, can I have I don't know how to pronounce. Since we don't know how to pronounce anything on this show, we might as well just go with Grumsh.
Grumsh. You're gonna.
Can I go with Grumsh?
You're gonna go with the orc deity.
Well, I'm trying to think of lawful evil. I can,
You could just. Why don't you just worship a devil, Asmodeus or one of those guys?
Oh.
Because again, kids, please don't worship deities or devils and demons. By the way, just disclaimer.
Oh, I wish I was chaotic, because then I would have had, like on my favorite Jubilex.
Right, Jubilex you could have done. Right.
And Baprak.
Right, exactly. So what you pick? Because we're burning daylight.
I'll do Asmodeus. Sure, why
Okay.
not?
Okay. Yeah, you only have 6 charisma. That's pretty hard. You're kind of
almost an assassin.
You should have been an assassin. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 14 deities and heroes. We're picking one of them, right? One of the random ones?
Yes. How many Native American are there? Did
14.
You say? Yes. So I guess I'm doing. What are we doing? Or you can do. We do maybe a D 20 till we get 1 through 14 would be an easy way, right?
Yeah, I guess we could do it that way. D14.
Bother you? There's too many excess numbers. You're trying to figure out a way with fewer excess numbers. I mean, we could do a D8 and 2 would be 16.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
How do you do 1 to 14?
Yeah, it's D7, which we don't have. So just roll 2 D8 and we'll do a D8 and then a D6.
Okay. I rolled a 1 and an 8, so that'd be 8.
That means we don't know what it is.
Oh wait, what do you mean it doesn't?
8.
I mean it's 8,
All right,
right?
2, 4, 6. Yeah, that's fine. That is.
Are we doing it?
No, that's good. You are 2, 4. That's right. Dice don't lie. 2, 4, 6. You are Kazgwag, the hero.
You are.
I am. That's right. I'm Kazgwag, the hero. I'm neutral good. I'm a ranger. This makes perfect sense.
This is perfect. Where are you? How do you spell that?
Page 15, at the top of page
there it
15.
is. Quagwaz,
Quagwaz.
the hero.
I'm the hero.
The powerful warrior can be found chasing and capturing horses and buffalo on the plains for sport and entering villages to test his strength against the best warriors there. He fights with a huge wooden club, letting his strength do the talking for him. A hero of the plains, he seems to exist to set an example for the best warriors of any given tribe to copy. Always the first in battle, Quagwaz is also, I love this, a favorite among women. That's so 1980, isn't it?
That's good.
What's your charisma? You're 18.
Yeah, I'm 18. I'm straight 18s.
You're normal? How did you get a 19 strength and a 19 wisdom? Oh, well, you can get 19 wisdom, can't you?
You can.
Is it that possible? And they say something, there's a controversy.
If you age, that's the only thing that can go up is wisdom.
So you're right, but so I don't know how you got your 19 strength, but you're awesome.
Right, I'm a hero.
You're a 12th level ranger.
Yep, that's fine.
You're a 5th level bard.
I love it.
What can you do? Can you do bard stuff?
I could try to charm you, I guess.
Yes, you play something. I don't know, an Indian instrument. Probably not a lute.
Yeah.
But you could play a Native American instrument.
The pan flute. It's always they use right. That's when you always hear Native American things, some kind of flute. It's kind of sound.
You should do some peyote before battle.
Why do you assume that everyone just does peyote?
I didn't. I'm not. I was just asking. Wow, this guy's a total stud.
Yeah.
12th level ranger. Oh, you have spells then too, because you're 12th level ranger.
Yes, and 5th level bard. I'm just going to straight out attack you because you have come onto our land. You're unholy,
Yes.
and you need to be smited.
I am. You just need to club me to death. I'm just like, yeah. I walk in, it's like all Asmodeus, like paraphernalia.
We will claim this land for Asmodeus. Make it a
Yes.
make it a hellscape of McDonald's
Yeah.
and Bed Baths and Beyonds, and I'm here to try to stop that from happening.
You're right. So I've arrived at this land, what I think is this holy land, but I guess unholy land, right? Good, right? And I'm like, yeah, we're taking this over.
Well, you've already destroyed where you came from. It's already a hellscape, and now you're.
Mm-hmm. And what I'm going to do is, in my first declare action, I'm going to offer you a treaty, a contract. Like, we'll give you some land.
Right.
It'll be out west. You just go there, and we'll leave you alone. That's going to be my first declare action.
Right.
We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to make a save, make a wisdom save, which is 19. And if this is true to history, I roll a 20 and I don't make a save because even though
Awesome.
right,
Yes.
but then
parlay.
right, you're gonna try to parlay. I'm gonna.
We're having cockatrice, right? We're at the dinner, the cockatrice dinner, and I'm going to do that parlay.
That's right. I smelled. I was like, oh, what's that strange smell of? That's not turkey. Oh, it's burning cockatrice, and I've extended.
Weird creature. Oh, we brought it over from
That's
Europe.
right, from the other land.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, we were introducing this. It's the turkey of Europe.
That's right. Turkey of Europe.
We brought two. It's like the Ark. We brought. All right, so wait.
It's not just for dinner. The cockatrice, turkey of Europe.
Can I pick my spells now?
If you insist.
Well, oh, come on.
Go
man,
ahead.
give me a chance.
Go ahead.
Wait, what was my wisdom? Was it
17.
18? So I get 2 first level, 2 second level, and a
No,
third.
you're not high enough level to get a third. You're 4th level cleric.
Oh, I'm a rooster.
So you get 5
Okay.
and 4.
Wow, you're fast. Thank you. So all right, I will now pick my spells.
Right.
Always an exciting part of the show. I love playing cleric. So this is actually awesome. I got to tell you, I actually love this guy. This lawful evil cleric who worships Asmodeus and has a flintlock. This guy has got to make an appearance somewhere in one of our adventures.
You're going to have to name him. So hold on, I got to write notes.
Right.
Back to writing show notes.
Flint. How about Flint?
That's right. Let's see. 4th level cleric, Asmodeus. Yep.
Flint Lockman.
Flint Lockman.
Do you remember his stats? Because those stats were awesome.
Oh, yeah, I'll get it for you.
Yeah.
He was number 5 in the Rogues Gallery.
We should just have a show where we randomly create characters.
Why don't we have children who watch our show? You really want them to be tortured while we roll characters? I don't know.
Yeah, right. We need to.
Our fans have
to
spoken.
keep-
They want Pixie and Glade. I'm not sure they want this, but okay.
Is it Glade or Glades?
I think it was
I'll have to find
Glades. I called it Glade. You're like, no, it's Glades. I'm pretty positive.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, your stats are 8, 9, 17, 11, 9, 6.
And I don't have to be Flint Locks the Lockman. If other people have good names, and that's great. So we'll throw it out there. That's just possible. You're a Ranger Lord.
Yeah,
Do you know?
I do know that.
But there's more. There's not just one Ranger Lord, is there?
No,
Or is there?
No, there's more than one. I
Okay.
I obviously can't travel with 3 or more Ranger Lords or any Rangers, but in the same area. So
I think you can on a pilgrimage though, maybe, because the pilgrims said that the fighters are Rangers, and you could have more. That might be a special rule there.
that's a good idea.
It's like, do I have to leave the tavern because you show like? Oh, are there any? I gotta ask that everywhere I go. Are there any other
No,
Rangers?
there's
I
a
don't think-
board when you enter. You're entering this area, and it says like in and
How many?
out. Yeah,
Yes. Currently.
So you got a bunch of Rangers just sitting outside the region, waiting. Oh, now I can come
Right,
in.
and like the baddies are always like putting 2, so the Rangers never come, and they're like laughing. Okay, all right. I will now pick my spells real quickly, because I know we got to talk about dragon.
Yeah, and
legacy.
poor Vic has been standing on hold, so we are way behind.
All right. Hold on. All right, cleric spells, 5th level. All right, I am taking. I'm going to take a command. I'm going to take. Obviously purify. I should really take 5 purify food and drinks. I'm of course going to take purify food and
Or
drink.
putrefy, in this case.
Yes, I'll take putrefy food and drink. I'm going to take a bless, command, putrefy food and drink, and sanctuary, and I'm going to take create water.
Okay.
I'm the drink. All right, and I get 4 second level. Yeah, augury. This is gonna go badly. I'm going to do hold person. I'm going to do spiritual hammer, augury, and I'm going to do. I'll do a second hold person.
Okay, sounds good. Roll 4d8 for your hit points.
Oh, yeah, that's right. My con was low, though. It's not so low I get a negative,
Right.
is it? A 1, a 5, that's 6, plus 7, 13, and 5. Okay, 18.
All right. I'm going to give you chainmail and shield. So,
Well, thank you. So is that
yep,
4?
AC 4.
Wait, but can I use a shield with a flintlock? I don't think that's going to work.
You'd have to put that down. So AC 5.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess it's initiative. Your declared action is.
Well, yeah, we're just at the dinner table. Can we just do like a
Oh,
parlay
okay, that's
first?
fine. Yes.
This is just conversation at the Thanksgiving
Right.
table, and like you had mentioned, much like Thanksgiving now, I'm probably infecting you with disease,
Right.
and we're going to need a disease roll probably.
Yes,
for
I'm
you,
going to
right?
do. We talked about doing disease roll as well.
As you leave. I mean, you're not going to die from it at the table probably, but you probably should roll to see if
Well,
you
first
die.
let's do a reaction roll because you have now made your pitch since we're not in combat.
Yes, I'd like to offer you some land, a treaty, an agreement that you go west, far away, and to maybe the Dakota territory, and we will not mess with you there forever.
Right.
It'll be here forever.
So you have what's your charisma 6?
Oh, it's gonna be immediate attack.
It could be. We're going to find out. Ooh, 38. What's your negative on players? Look at your charisma bonus.
Oh, that's true. Hang on. Yes, I will get that for you. I see. Yes, charisma. I'm flipping and turning. Charisma of 6 is a minus 10%.
Okay, so I rolled a 38, so 20. Yeah, 28. Uncertain, but 55 prone towards negative. So let me see. I'm uncertain. You speak in forked tongue kind of thing, like thing.
It's kind of going accurately, right?
Yeah, I'm suspicious, which is I was right. Okay, so
you're not buying it quite yet, right?
I'm definitely not buying it, and now I'm going to make my wisdom save. If I roll a 20, I will buy this thing. If not, I've decided that you're talking ridiculousness and you need to go, which means then you have to decide. So,
Right.
I rolled an 11. This is nonsense. This is your deity is trying to confuse us. We don't want you here.
All right. Yeah. All right. So I am obviously slowly inching my way over to grab that flintlock.
Exactly. So
it's like, let me grab some cranberry sauce.
for the cockatrice, that's right.
Yeah, for the cockatrice. It tastes better with cranberry sauce. And all right. So now we are now declaring action. I'm grabbing my flintlock.
That's right. He has picked up his club and is going to send you back, try to hit you back into the.
Are we like across the table from each other?
Yeah, we're across the table. Yeah.
Because I want a good image, like you're stepping in like the potatoes.
Yeah, I'm jumping at you because
You're on the table.
Yeah, I've climbed up and I'm gonna.
You heard enough.
I've heard enough. I'm gonna
right.
throttle you with
Everyone else
this.
scatters, like all the other pilgrims. It's just gone.
Exactly.
It's me and you. Let's do it, dude.
I rolled a 4 for initiative.
I rolled a 3.
All right, so he gets his 1 attack this round.
Okay.
I said your AC 4. Oh, he misses. Even
Really?
even as a 12th level. Well, let me see. He's 12th level ranger. What armor class are you? 4, I said.
Well, without the shield.
Right.
Would
You're
I be 5?
Five.
Chainmail?
You'd be 5. That's right. 12th level, 5.
I'm
Oh,
assuming
he,
yes.
oh, he
Well,
hit.
no,
He hit. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He needs
Oh,
a
okay.
2. I thought he needed a 5, a 6, but he needs a 2.
Oh, and you get 3 attacks for every 2 rounds.
Yeah,
you
so I attack
you're-
once this round. I attack twice next time.
Okay.
So he has a club, right? It says
Oh, you
huge.
would have gone. Oh, yeah. And so the second time, when you go twice, you always go first, right?
Yeah, next time I go first, but this time. Okay, so you take 11 points of damage.
Ooh, what was I?
You have 18.
Ooh, okay. So you just like whack me. All right.
So, but now you get your shot. You get your shot with your blunderbuss, or not your blunderbuss, with
Yeah,
your flintlock.
wait to see this magic. This is kind of appropriate because, like, you would think this is magic. Like
Yeah.
I'm firing magic missiles.
Yeah, exactly. It's a terrible weapon.
What is this? All right. You are at short range, my friend. How can I miss? I'm like sticking this in your belly.
Yeah, so roll a d20.
All right, here we go. What's your AC?
Oh, IC's not very good. It's like a 6 or something.
Yeah, because you're just like a normal hero.
Yeah, I'm AC
all right.
6.
So you do have 150 hit points.
Yes. Yeah, details.
16, my friend.
Oh, that hits.
Oh, this is ugly. There's like blood all over the cockatrice and into the potatoes.
You just shot the poor Native American hero. All right, roll a d10.
Table. What's wrong with you? Dude, you're ruining dinner. All right. What do you say?
D10.
Whoa. That flintlock's nasty. 6.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 3 to 12. I apologize.
Oh, 3 to 12. Okay, so that is a 3 times on the 4-sided, right?
That's correct.
It's a 3. It's a 4. That's 7. 9 total.
9. So he's now at 141 hit points.
Ooh, shot you right in the leg.
All right, it's initiative, even though I get to go first.
Wait, if we're meleeing, can I still, like, shoot you, or do I have to use this thing as a club? Like, how am I, like...
Well, it says rate of fire, 1 man, 1 per round.
Is it like a spell, though? Like, are you interrupting it as I'm, like, trying to...
Yeah, I mean, you were kind of dancing around as you're trying to load the thing, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, all right. Yeah, well, I didn't read up on the...
Perhaps I'm being distracted by it, but actually I get my automatic attack since I get 2 attacks. Well, we have to roll initiative anyway. 5.
And a 2.
So I get both of my attacks first. I rolled a 6, which hits, and I rolled a 16. Revenge is sweet. I do a total of 16 points of damage to...
Ooh. Oh, so yeah, I'm just like head shatters onto the table.
It's just like Last of the Mohicans style. I just bash your head in.
Yeah. And then you like call all the other Native Americans over and you guys finish the meal. Right?
And, cockatrice becomes the... Now I have to check for disease since you brought some...
Wait a second. Divine intervention.
Oh, and divine intervention, of course. So
right.
I'll work on the disease while you see if Asmodeus...
I'm a pilgrim. Oh, that's right. This is Asmodeus. I was like going to be, is it like the big man coming? The real
If
big
you
man?
roll it,
Asmodeus. I rolled a 71.
You weren't that pious, unfortunately.
All right.
Okay, so now we have to see there's a certain percentage chance that...
You weren't wearing a mask.
No, I was not wearing a mask. And unfortunately, you've brought this... so I have to roll percentages to see if I'm even close. Fortunately, I'm not infected. Base chance of contracting disease, 2%, and then there's a bunch of variables. I did not get it. No. Oh, but I could get a parasitic infection. Nope, that's good too.
Wow. So, count one for the Native Americans here. They've won.
This version of history is a little bit more kind to the American Indians.
Yep. All right. So there it was. So that was a great Thanksgiving meal.
So in the tradition of instead of getting together and giving thanks for what we have in common, in this case it'll be like this year's Thanksgiving where a conversation erupts in violence. Yes,
this was, and then you got to, and then there's a percentage chance you get a disease. This was the 2020 version. I'm sorry, the 1980 version.
Yes, conflict, gunfire, and clubbing to death. And chance of disease.
Racial animosity. We had it all at this one little dinner.
Somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Excellent. Oh, the humanity.
Small New England town.
That's right. Oh, that is pretty funny.
Okay. All right. I think that's all the Thanksgiving theme stuff we had.
That's right. That was our Thanksgiving special.
And that was enough.
And for those, you're welcome. Well, that's not it. Hold on. So let me get. So we are talking about Dragon 43.
I liked it.
As scary as it sounds, we have Dragon 43 to talk about.
Yep.
Hold on. I've got to make this smaller. Make it.
So what we're doing is, for those of you who are not familiar with the show, this year we've been going through the Dragon magazines and the White Dwarfs from 40 years ago each month. So James and I have looked through Dragon magazine from November 1980.
Right. So this is Dragon 43. And the cover's okay. I'm not sure it's like a witch, but of course, there's some really good articles. I agree with you. This is one of the better dragons.
But it's interesting that the witch was in November. I mean, it would have been awesome for the witch to have been in
October.
October, right? But I'm glad we didn't talk about, because I actually wanted to talk about the witch last time. We didn't. Of course, Carlos Lysing had a witch in Incomprehensible Death. But I'm glad that we didn't talk about it because we've got it in this one. But so, all right. So I'll let you, as you know, I do not see. So if you could,
well, let's see if we can. Let's see what happens.
See if I can see. Because James usually likes to put it up on screen so we can do our fair use commentary. Yeah, there's the witch. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. We're not quite yet at the covers that I really like. I mean, I think the artwork is great, but we're not quite at the type of artwork that I remember.
Right.
Right.
I don't like the washed out colors of that late 70s, mid 70s style. I like the more vibrant colors, and so, I mean, again, some of these, even the DMG in this, they're not so bright, but they're not completely washed out like that version. I don't know. It must have been a style.
No, I agree with you completely. So, okay.
All right, scrolling through, editor's notes. I'm going to keep moving forward, cover to cover. Talks about what's in the adventure. There's a lot of good stuff. Now we're on Out on the Limb, correct? That's the first one.
Yeah, is that and I'm a little behind on this. Is Out on the Limb, is that the one where he's talking about what if you're submitting a manuscript?
I think so. Yeah, that was above there. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I'll just comment on that. I mean, not a lot. I assume that was probably Jake Chiquette. I think Jake Chiquette is the writer.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I thought it was I thought it was funny. I read that. I mean, about what people are sending in, and basically, it was like, don't make it too X-rated. Don't it needs. We don't just care about a novel based upon your adventure that you just ran. You need to have a beginning and an end. To be continued. We're not publishing to be continued. Because
Right.
and so I thought that was kind of funny. That stuff still rings true. I think for people who are probably wanting to write stuff. What would be a good submission? So okay, yeah, you keep moving though. There was nothing amazing there, right? I did think it was kind of
humorous that people had to be told these kind of things. So nothing has changed. It's the same thing we tell people on Twitter and Facebook. Be respectful. Right. All right. So now we're on Out on the Limb. Do you see what I'm seeing now or not?
I think I'm a little bit behind. I do not see Out on a Limb yet. But if you just describe to me.
You don't see it? Okay.
No, I don't. I never have. Things never go well with me for this screen. I'm frozen on the. And now you're gonna try to
Yeah,
because I see it. Okay. And you can describe to me. I remember the stuff. So if you start describing what it is, I'll remember it.
All right. Well, this is My Soul for issue 39, the Psionic Angels, which again our dear friend Bill Fawcett wrote, and that was very controversial. They're talking about. Since devils have psionics, should angels do? And Bill replies yes, and then he gives the stats for it, which I thought was super cool.
And of course, the problem there, Gygax took issue with the angels, right? He said it was cutting too close, and I thought it was very interesting because there was a letter there where the person said, "Well, look, you've got demons and devils. Why is that not cutting it too close?" And if I recall, there actually was a response from Gary Gygax
that's
to
later
that.
in the thing, yeah.
Yeah. So that was interesting.
Then there's The Plain Truth, which again was Roger Moore to Len Lakofka, talking about the planar things. And again, we just lost Len recently, so every time you see him and his detail is truly, it's just sad to see, but was such a contributor to the art, and has a big article in here as well.
Indeed, and wow, and I had not noticed that it is that the Roger Moore?
Well,
Do you think?
I would assume so.
Yeah, very interesting. I did not notice that, and I thought that was interesting because continually this issue of when you're on another plane, what effect does it have on spells? So if you're on if you have a frost brand and you're in a cold place, a hot place, what effect? And that, of course, makes things complicated. And the rules we have now, we didn't have any real rules for that, right? And I know maybe we got rules, but that stuff was all sort of, you had to just decide it on a case-by-case basis, the DM, if I recall.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So now the witch class, is it showing what I'm doing?
Yeah, it absolutely does. There's the witch. So I believe that in Holmes Basic, there was a reference to the witch class going to be in AD&D. Somewhere there's a reference to the witch class is going to be a subclass of magic user, and it never happened. And I don't know if Gary ever maybe on the Dragon's Foot thing talked about why they didn't have what happened to the witch class, but it was like the class that was supposed to be and wasn't, and I always wondered about that, why it didn't happen. So what's your view on the witch class? Because I know, James, oftentimes you're not a big fan of too many subclasses because you think you can simply play, say, a magic user or a cleric in a particular way. What's your view on the witch class?
Well, I agree. I think it's fascinating. Well, to me, what I wrote down is I wish they would have spent this much time on the classes in the player's handbook.
Right.
All the alchemists and the duelists, I mean, they have pages and pages of information for these NPCs, whereas I guess the argument is, well, then the players can flesh it out themselves. But I've found, at least for beginning players, they really struggle with fleshing things out. They need to be spoon-fed more. And this would be really nice if they would have had this. And I think in later editions, obviously, they do that. But it just felt like, wow, there's just so much detail, so much richness. Who wouldn't want to play this character? And I think that's what happened. Like the Necromancer, they're just really cool. Whereas the fighter is so generic and the magic user is so generic. And I'm sure there's an argument either way, but that was my takeaway. It's like, I really wish they would have gave some more examples in the player's handbook, spent more pages, and come up with something a little bit better for the base classes.
Yeah, it's a very interesting discussion. I agree with you that my sense is probably that you had less detail for the PC classes because it was expected that you would flesh it out. We know a lot of people think you should flesh out as you campaign, that they don't like big backstories because they think your backstory should be created basically as you go forward. The witch is very detailed. I was blown away with how detailed it is. What I do like about the witch class is that it is different, right? So it's not just something very basic. I mean, it really gives you additional spells, which I think is great, right? Because we've talked about this with clerics, that it would be great if clerics had spells based upon their deity and maybe some different spells based upon their deity. I think that's a lot of fun, and you really get that with the witch class. I mean, the stuff about like the candle making and the different colored candles,
right,
was great, right? And you're making love potions.
Oh, that's an interesting thing. Keep going with the love. Go on, keep going.
Yeah, right. I mean, so there's this brew love potion and truth drugs and the candle magic, and you can brew poisons and narcotics. And so it was, I thought, and then there's additional spells down there.
Yep.
Right. So it's kind of like a hybrid, right? The witch seems to be like a cleric, kind of what would you call it, a cleric magic user hybrid?
Yeah, exactly. And druid.
Yeah.
Druid, cleric. Yeah, it's got a little bit of everything. So
I think the witch sounds like a great baddie. I mean, so I like the anti-paladin. I like the witch class, and now I understand why Carlos Lysing likes the witch class so much. I think it's a very interesting write-up. I don't know that I would want. It's interesting. So the question is, then, would you let someone play a witch? Stephen Colbert, who played D&D, I think, talked about how one of his characters was a witch. And I don't know if it was the first iteration or if it was the second one. But so, James, and you can be any alignment, I believe, right?
I believe so. Well, yeah, it's just like Wizard of Oz, right? You can be the good witch or the evil witch,
right?
the bad witch.
And what I thought was interesting, as usual, it's elf. Boy, elves are the favored children, right? Elves get to be pretty much right. Elves can be magic users. Half elves can be druids. Elves and half elves always are getting the classes pretty much. But what's interesting is what you can be. It said you can be a human or an elf. Why can't you be a half elf witch?
Right.
Does that make sense?
No.
I mean, I'm willing to be convinced. I don't understand why you.
And then they can be multi-classed. Elven witches multi-class, so you could be a fighter witch. It's some crazy.
Yes, you could be. Yeah, because elves can you be a fighter witch? What does it take? Does it take the place of anything, or can I be a fighter, magic user, cleric witch?
Why not? It says, Elven witches may be multi-class characters. And I'm sorry, I can't see the chat right now, so if you're all leaving chats, I apologize. It's just the limitation of our setup. So hopefully people are not too bent out of shape from that. I don't want to mess with since it's working. But the other thing, I use this, so I was looking at the intelligence bonus for spells. I do this for magic users. I never, so for those who are listening to the podcast, currently in AD&D, or not currently, like it's first edition, if clerics had a high enough wisdom, like Dan was doing for his evil pilgrim musket man, he can get bonus spells. Why magic users could not get that didn't make any sense. And I'm sure someone asked at some point, I don't know what the answer was, but the poor magic users, first level, he's got one spell, could be mending, and he shoots his mending and then or push, and he's done for the day. So I allowed in my campaigns, and I'm sure lots of other people did, if they had high enough intelligence, they got bonus spells with the same concept. And here in the witch NPC, they have that thing. If the witch has a high enough intelligence, they get bonus spells. It's not exactly the same as the setup as clerics do, but it was nice to see that because it's similar to what I think is fair, because then magic users have, they have a chance to actually do something and not just be an XP sponge. Now, the next part is you mentioned the love potion. So I'm not sure, have you been listening to or understand some latest controversies that have come up?
Oh, you're talking about with 5th edition?
Yes.
I don't pay a lot of attention to it, so no.
So it ties back to 1st edition. Remember, we were trying to have the Hickmans on, correct?
Correct.
And I'm surprised you haven't read this. There's a lawsuit by Hickman and Weiss against Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro.
I do know that about the Dragonlance novels.
Right. So I would like you to have a report next time, since this is your background, the grounds and how good a case this is based on the lawsuit that was submitted, and maybe you could be like the play-by-play. You could go to the court in Seattle.
Send me an assignment. Yeah, we should use our
patron money.
Yeah, you should send me. You're right. I should go. You're brilliant, James.
Thank you.
I need to put that on assignment to different places.
Dan, court reporter.
Yes, I need to report it for Grog Meet, right? Because isn't I think right, Dirk the Dice and folks having the Grog Meet. You should send me there.
Okay,
that'd be nice.
I would. So apparently, one of the challenges that Hasbro Wizards of the Coast had with the manuscript was that they had put a love potion in the thing, and that it was going to beguile one of the characters, and they had it. I guess that's not appropriate anymore, that love potions are there.
Yeah, that doesn't. I mean, it's a game. That doesn't bother me.
Well,
at all.
But so
no, you can do love potion.
This would not be done. This would not be allowed in later editions. So
well, you probably shouldn't be killing people either. You know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff going here. That can go a long way. There's a lot of stuff going on. So I guess I shouldn't. So am I in trouble for playing a lawful evil pilgrim who pulled out a flintlock and tried to kill the hero at the dinner table? Probably.
Yeah.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Yes, you are.
Correct. Well, I just randomly rolled it. It's not like I want to shoot you, and you attacked me first anyway. Yeah, but now we're talking about squabbles of history.
Yeah, as well. The winner wrote the history in this case.
Right. So, but no, I give thumbs up to the witch class. I would not probably. I don't know that I'd want someone to be a witch. A witch is a little too weird. I don't think I'd want a PC witch. I probably would be very reluctant to do that. I've softened my view on some of this stuff. Like I like ogres now. Witch, I'd probably right now. I'm not there yet, but I think a witch would be an awesome big bad. What do you think? Would you let somebody play? Can I play a witch, James?
No.
No, you're a no. Okay, why? Same
No,
reason.
but it's the same thing with the necromancer and this or that. I don't. It's the same issue with if I was going to allow everyone to play a class, then possibly. But if it was just you and everyone else is playing a dopey fighter or something that's simple, and they didn't have the choice, then I would say no, because I will say the NPC ones are definitely overpowered because they're meant to be NPCs. So we would have to go through and tweak them so they would be reasonable.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but great. But thumbs up. I like the witch class. Very cool NPC.
Yeah. So then Tom Moldvay has a thing about real witches, which again, so he kind of talks about that a little bit. So that's interesting. And then there's the levels, and again, you get to level 22. You can do limited wish. It's all good stuff. All right, moving on. Next, we have about conventions, which, since no one's going to conventions, I didn't really read it.
Yeah, I didn't spend any time on it. I thought this was interesting. So, right, survival tips for the slave pits by Dave Cook. So basically giving some, I thought it was kind of interesting, right? Kind of giving a play-by-play of what things you should do, shouldn't do. And I thought this was useful because if you read this, I think it just gives you good general tips, not just for surviving the slave pits, but for in a convention, right? Don't waste a lot of time picking your equipment and things like that if it's on the clock. So I thought this was a lot of good tips in general. Would you agree about if you're playing in a convention tournament?
Right. And yes, and the mindset that they had when this, because again, some of this, if you didn't play in conventions 40-something years ago, some of it just doesn't make any sense because you don't have the context of it. So it's really good to read this to kind of go, oh, that's why this is set up this way. This is how they expect people to play the game and play it well. So yes, I thought that was very insightful.
Yeah, worth a read, even if you're not interested in slave pits, but worth a read.
All right, moving on. Frank Menster's the top dungeon master, so that's interesting. So again,
did you see? Can you stop me? And the players who are judging him, boy, I would understand why he'd be nervous. So it's Gary Gygax, Brian Bloom, and Jim Ward, right? Were apparently the players, and I thought it was very interesting. A couple of interesting things about Frank. Did you notice that for his campaign, there were more than 150 player characters were involved in it. And it says there he kept track of his major NPCs on index cards and had 300 or so filed away, along with 1,000 or more lesser NPCs. That is dedication.
Right, I can't fathom. I can't keep track of the notes in the thing I'm doing, let alone having 3x5s for all that.
And let me mention another thing that Frank mentioned too. I thought was very interesting. So you just pause there. Is he mentioned that he plays by the book? Did you notice that? Mm-hmm. Where he does not want to deviate. Where he says he plays by the book, and he thinks that gives a comfort level to players because they'll know what the rules are. They can look them up, and I think there's a lot to be said about that. That it gives that comfort level for the players. So I thought that was very interesting, and I thought what was also very interesting was the people who placed after him. Did you see that? So Errol Otis, we've had on the show, and we talked about him DMing because he DM'd at North Texas, placed 4th. So I think it would be a blast to go through an Errol Otis adventure written by Errol Otis. Yeah. I want Errol Otis's adventure is surely going to be like an Errol Otis drawing, don't you think?
I agree.
Weird, but weird in a great way.
Awesome way, yeah.
Right? J. Eric Holmes. Right.
Lauren Schick
was tied for. Who was second and third? I'm sorry, I passed over.
It doesn't say.
Oh, it has to, doesn't it? Lauren Schick was up there, and then they give other people just, they don't give them in order.
Well, Al Hammack, Hal Johnson. I mean, there's a few. These people are notables. So.
Right. I think maybe up at the top it may have said second and third.
It may have. Yeah, you're probably right.
But I thought that was interesting. All those luminaries
that
were there.
Bob Blake was second. Len Lekoff goes third.
Yeah, very interesting. So then the conflict appears again. So yeah, so I thought that was very cool.
This is again.
And again, very cool that idea of having a tournament where you judge the DMs as opposed to you judge the
Right,
players.
exactly.
I thought that was very cool.
Yeah, that's a good theme of it. So, so back to sage advice, which is good. And some of these, I mean, most of these are not contentious. The one that I thought was good was, let me see. They talk about sticks to snakes later, and they had the kind of snakes, because when you I had a player in my last campaign cast sticks to snakes, and I didn't know what snakes they were to give them. So it was nice that they documented that here.
That was very nice additional information. I liked the fact that it clarified, and maybe it didn't need clarification, but paladins, protection from evil. When you're outdoors, you get the yards.
Yep, it extends out to yards.
Which was nice. And that was interesting too. They had to like clean up, do a little bit of cleanup. That a prior sage advice had said that thieves can't be good, and they had to clean that up because, of course, they can be neutral good. And I don't know who said that. Also nice. Oh, the color spray. I like this. Don't cast the color spray when you're around friends.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and a lot of players don't like that about they and I've seen this where they're constantly, most magic in first edition, if you're in the area of effect, a lot of times the magic user can't pick it, whether it's haste or slow, and fireball. Obviously, the players want to be able to pick their targets, have it disabled when they want. That's not how it works. If someone's held, they're held for the whole time. There's not this idea they can turn the magic off. The magic is loosed. And that's always a tension, because I think later editions allow the magic user to basically stop thinking about it and the magic goes away. And really, unless it says they have to concentrate to continue it, like Phantasmal Force, it's on. You don't get to turn it off. There's not really a mechanism to do that.
Yeah, so I thought that was very interesting. And I think there was some other interesting ones in there too. I just lost some of that, so now I can't see it. But
all right, let me go back to it.
It was nice to see Gene Wells is back. Though I got to tell you, I don't know, we'll see as we continue if we do this in 1981. But I didn't see her wit that I love so much, and so I don't know.
This was very matter of fact. All these answers, right? For the most part.
They were. So is this changing? Is she being a little restrained here? So I don't know, but a lot of it was, as you say, just very matter of fact. So yeah, and you can't if you just temporarily raise a stat, you don't get to now be another class that you otherwise couldn't be. So I thought that was mildly interesting. Tell you how to determine hit dice for monsters or creatures that are just hit points.
So if Asmodeus would have came, he would have been a 44 hit dice monster.
Right, exactly. And confirms that if you're entangled, you can't cast any spells.
Right.
Because you need absolute concentration. No other. And again, and I'm not gonna beat a dead horse with it. I don't understand how you cast a spell in melee. Even if you're not hit, how are you concentrating? That's amazing. But whatever, it's game balance. I get it. Let's not make magic users so wimpy. So, yeah, that was a pretty good sage advice. Happy to see Gene Wells back. Okay, this was
this is great.
Oh yeah, great and terrible. How do you rate as a DM? Oh my God, did you go through that? That list is horrible. So this is what to give out to your players. It's like a teaching evaluation at the end of the semester. You give this out to your players, and they get to rate you. And this thing goes on forever.
Right, this is a questionnaire.
Yes, a Dungeon Master evaluation form, and it is pages and pages long. And it is just brutal. I mean, oh my gosh. I mean, can't you just tell me, like, generally as we're packing up how I'm doing? This is, I mean, I guess it needs to be anonymous so no one knows. Here, we'll hand these out at the end of the last.
It should sound like a Survey Monkey kind of thing.
Right, so no one knows who's doing it, and it's just it's just rough. But you know what's interesting about it is it does show you the kind of things that you want to think about or not think about as a DM. So I guess it's probably worth reading this thing as a DM to get a sense of, okay, am I doing it balanced? And again, though, players, you want to match with players that match with you, right? So some players, they want things to be more of a cakewalk, some don't.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
No, I think it's fascinating because, again, we've talked about how in the DMG you're supposed to do performance evaluations of players. So now this is the 360. It's 360 evaluation. Now you get, okay, I've done your all's evaluation, and now it's our every 4-session DM evaluation. Please hand these out. Please mark them appropriately, and then when we get back together, we'll talk about how well I did. So, some of the things are the frequency which I play. I think an average of blah blah per campaign should die resurrectedly, non-resurrectedly, in order to keep the game exciting. It's way too easy. So basically you check all that you apply. Right. So, basically, is it too hard? There's not enough treasure. There's too much treasure. You want more magic items. Which is the best levels. So some of it's about the DM and others about the player's preference about the campaign. So I thought it was pretty funny.
It was funny. I mean, I guess, the day, you fill this thing out and you're brutally honest. The DM has hurt feelings and comes in, and then of course it's like, pew, it's a TPK because you pissed off your DM. So you gotta have a thin skin. You're gonna hand this out, you better have a thin skin. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, some of it's tongue in cheek, but it was interesting that, if you're this character class, it's a nightmare. If you're this character class, you're too easy. The pacing could be improved. I mean, literally it goes over.
I think we need to send this to the players in Vic's campaign, don't you think? Up north,
I think we should.
And ask them to fill it out, and we'll collect the results, and we can report them on a show, and have Vic on there as we open them, and go over them with him. That sounds like a lot of fun, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. See, your mean score on this is 2.5.
Right.
You're trending better over here.
Right.
Yeah, and it just shows that the problems that they had 40 years ago are the same that we have today. Some players like it easier, players like it harder. DMs are this way. Yeah, it's and it's again, there is no, I don't want to say there's no wrong or right. If the players and the DM, which is a player, I mean, the DM's he's a player as well, or she is a player. If they enjoy the style, then it's great. It's when there's a misalignment. And, that's why the session 0 has become very popular, to kind of
get to know each other.
Exactly. Kind of figure out
our likes and dislikes.
Yeah, but it keeps going. It's like 6 pages.
I know. It's ridiculous. 43. Yeah, 43 questions.
43 with many subsections. Okay, so the next one is Action in the Melee Round by Len Lakofka, again, who just recently parted from us. He passed last month, if I remember correctly. So again, Melee in first edition is problematic. There's 10 segments in a round. I know Attic did a good job of trying to break it out, make sense, but there's still some edge cases. And so this is his version of identifying rules that could hopefully make it cohesive. And I don't know if he does a better job of it, but it does give you some ideas to kind of take in and address as well.
It's a classic Lakofka piece, it seems to me, right? That he's trying to improve things. And if he could have written the initiative rules, this would be it. So sort of a classic Lakofka. It sounds like a piece of artwork. This is a classic Lakofka.
It's during his formative phases. Once he left the Art Institute. That's right.
Right.
In Bonn, as he was going back to Brussels.
Right.
The next is Monsters, which we have terrible monsters. This is called the Monster Bestiary, which is pretty bad. So the Amazon, I guess we needed an Amazon, Roger?
Yeah, it's Roger Moore. Boy, usually if Roger Moore touched this goal for me, I wasn't feeling the Amazon. I wasn't feeling the Toll War, which are these trunkless elephants. Yeah. And then I think we had one, right? We had one by Ed Greenwood. I got to tell you, I like the white dwarf monsters, the Fiend Factory stuff. It seems to me that it's either like they're so weird. I either think they're really awesome or they're just horrific. And so I end up liking more of them because You got those that are like kind of odd. So many of these, and I don't know, maybe it'll change. I don't know your thoughts, but they just seem to me to be not. They're like, okay, I don't know. They just kind of fall flat with me.
Right.
Like, do I need these? I don't know. What's your thoughts?
I don't. I'm not a big fan of all these monsters. It seems like people make monsters just to have them. However, if that's what you want to do, great. Did we need another strange psionic dancing midair corkscrew creature? Why?
And I get it, because I mean it's interesting. And if I was playing in the campaign, and it appeared and I didn't know what it was, that's great, because that's what you do, right? You don't know. But I don't know, I can kind of make those up myself, those kind of strange things, and I don't know, maybe that I think there are a certain percentage of people out there that enjoy making up their own monsters, but I guess there are people out there that that it's not their thing, and so maybe they appreciate this because it gives them new monsters to do. And I guess maybe we should look at things in context. So if it's 1980 and all you've got is the monster manual, right? Fiend Foley's not even coming out. And so your players already know all these monsters and you're kind of bored with it. Maybe this is just a nice, easy, off-the-shelf monsters that you can use to throw in your game, that your players, they're excited. It's a new monster. They've never seen it. Like, and then you pull it out. Yeah, it's from Dragon Magazine. So, I don't know, maybe we're using we're being a little rough on it. Maybe we need to remember where people were at in 1980 with the game. And, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember any of them. I don't know. And also because the modules had additional monsters in it, and so that's where I would get them from, which then became the Monster Manual too. So it was, or Fiend Folio. So I always...
Fungus Man.
That's right, the Fungus Man. And even them, some of them were like, really? I'm not a big... Myconoid fan, or they just felt not as, they felt it was more biological than magical.
Well, and so many of them also were adventure specific, right? I mean, people hate the carbuncle, but the carbuncle comes from a White Dwarf adventure from Howie Fior, and it makes sense in that adventure. It's like, yeah, I can totally see that. I don't see a carbuncle walking down the street, or just sitting in a dungeon.
Yeah. So right. If they can use, that's great. All right. So Illusionist, this is I know you like this article.
This is a top 5 for me. Yeah, it's a top 5 for me because, the way you mentioned about the snakes thing that you liked, with the snake thing, you liked that it gave you, it filled a gap. This fills a gap because we don't have rules. So what the articles I like are oftentimes not articles that add, but articles that fill gaps. So we have a rule about disbelief. If you disbelieve, you get to roll for save, correct? And so that's a rule. So this is filling a gap in how to determine if other creatures will disbelieve. And I think it's a wonderful article. To me, this is a total keeper. If you got an illusionist in the party and you're the DM, I think you should use this to help figure out what the chance is a party is going, the monster is going to disbelieve the illusion. I love it because it's based upon likelihood that it's how unusual it is, and also what your intelligence and wisdom, and you roll to see if they disbelieve to get the save. So yeah, I thought it was a great article. Love it. I mean, we talked about this. We don't talk about it a lot. We talked about this article when we talked about illusionists, but it's it's a top 5 for me at this point.
Well, and the problem is the reason this is even necessary is because of what's stated in first edition, that you don't even get a saving throw unless you actively disbelieve.
Right.
So for those listening to the podcast, the way illusions work, and it starts with Phantasmal Force, is I had to, poor Vic was supposed to come on. He's like, you want to do this next time? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. So
yeah.
It says in the description for Phantasmal Force that if the only time you get a saving throw is if the person actively disbelieves. Well, how would you do that? You have a Phantasmal Force of a pit. When is the ogre going to have a chance to actively disbelieve? And it says you have to take time to do that. So then it skews the spell, this first level illusionist spell, to being ultra powerful. You're killing dragons, you're killing all kinds of things. But if you nerf it down to magic user, I'm back to just a saving throw, or the DM saying, well, they always get a saving throw, then it becomes pretty limited. And it also says once one person disbelieves, they provide bonuses to the other people. So that one orc sees the fake pit, tells the rest of them, and then basically it goes disbelieve. So the short version of that is what I did was, but this is the other part, and they mentioned in the article, is that's why I was never a fan of illusionists, because I didn't want the DM, back to that other comment that you play rules as written, I didn't want the DM to either adjudicate one way or another. I want a fireball works no matter what. You throw the fireball, it's D6 times level. Phantasmal Force, well, tell me what you're doing. No, I don't think that works. They get a saving throw, and now we're screwed. So this article tries to help with that. So Vic says happy Thanksgiving, because our next show is the 5th, which I told him we'd love to have him on. So happy Thanksgiving, Vic. Good to see you, my friend. Hopefully we'll talk sooner than that. So what I've done is basically, I kind of split the difference. The problem with this article, I don't want to say it's a problem, it's just more rolling and more figuring out stuff to figure out whether they get a saving throw, which can slow the game down.
Yeah, I understand. But you're absolutely right. It's more rolling, it's more flipping. But I think if you use it, if you got illusionist, you're using it a lot, you probably become a little more proficient as a DM. It's a little slow. Where's that? But you can cut out a little chart and make it. And so, when I say to people is give it a try. You like it, great. You don't like it, but I think it does. It attempts to, again, fill a gap in the rules, which I like. So I thought it was a great article.
Yeah, the way I base my rulings on this, remember, Phantasmal Force is a first level illusionist spell. It's on the same power as light and some of these other ones. If it's taking out dragons or ogres, it's probably not being used right. Conversely, so I tend to, if you make things that are simple, like if you had an opening and you made it look like a wall, that probably will work. If you're making, a green dragon to come down and spread acid on the orcs, probably less likely to happen, because how many dragons have you seen as a first level illusionist? That kind of thing. And that you've studied them. So, but that's why illusionists are in some ways the best class and the worst class when it comes to D&D. How comfortable you are in negotiating with the DM.
Indeed. And can you go back, read at the top, the Day of the Dragon, Dragon calendar?
That's what I've said. This is funny.
Right, wasn't that great? Yeah, wasn't 1980 fun? Iran and Afghanistan, elections and scandals, drought and disaster. Now have a year to look forward to in 1981 with the Day of the Dragon calendar. So that's how we feel.
You can basically replace 1980 with 2020, and there you go.
Exactly. So I wish we could get our hands on a 1980 the Dragon calendar. But we'll see. I'll look on eBay. I'll see.
So Ragnar is saying there was an issue. Hold on to your illusions article. He thought that was excellent. That was Dragon 130, so it's 50s 4 years. So, 1984. It's right at the edge of our time, so we'll have to go check that out. Thank you, sir. Then there was a Traveler adventure. Again, I love Traveler. I didn't read it, but I would definitely check it out if I was running Traveler. It's a great game, but it's almost the anti-D&D. You could die when you're making your character, which to me was awesome. And death was really around the corner. All right, so a
higher mortality rate actually than first edition.
Oh right? Combat.
Because first edition wasn't deadly enough for people who it wasn't deadly enough.
Yeah, it's too easy. It's on baby mode, but it's a really long one. So again, definitely if you're looking for that would be super cool. What was this about? The Azhanti High Lightning, I didn't even know what that was about. Oh, that's a cruiser that's in the Traveler. So there's a couple of Traveler things. Dragon Quest review, always interesting. Squad Leader, did you play Squad Leader?
I played some Squad Leader, yes. Yep, played some Squad Leader.
All right, Soapbox. So I found this fascinating. This is the reply to someone's reply of the original article. So Larry DeTillo is replying to Dragon 39, where Doug replied to his thing from Dragon 36.
Yeah, and this is all about this morality issue in D&D, and should
Right.
you be using D&D to teach morals, if I recall correctly, right? So kind of similar to some of the, I guess maybe some of the conversations we're having now. So does this show that things haven't changed much in 40 years, same conversations?
Yeah, and he's getting bent out of shape, and the other guy's getting bent out of shape. It's like...
So they print it. That's awesome.
That I thought was good.
I like to keep my morality out of D&D. That's just sort of so. For the same reason, I think we choose generally not to talk about politics on this show. The same reason why I don't really care a lot about injecting too much morality in D&D. I mean, to me, it's escapism, and if you wanna act lawful evil, fine. I mean, if your character's not lawful evil, I'm gonna have issues with that. But that's not because I have issues with lawful evil. I have issues with not acting according to your alignments.
Right.
So, I'm not trying to teach any life lessons when I DM, to be sure.
Right. Well, I think what the DM should do, and this is why I'm such a fan, why I really stress that alignment doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me unless it's part of a deity. So you should talk to your players, set up the pantheon, whatever pantheon you want, and those deities should be dictating what lawful evil means in your world. Because lawful evil, again, people use Darth Vader or whatever as archetypes for it, the Nazis or the mob. You're always going to find wiggle room. You're going to get this, objective relative thing, like we were saying with the Pilgrims and the Indians, right? What is true, morality, objective versus contextualized. Clearly, if you're from the Native American perspective, what happened the last few hundred years, not the best outcome from them. Maybe from a humanity perspective, well, we're on the moon because of the Americans there, as an example. Maybe that would happen elsewhere. You go down these rabbit holes, which again, we're here to play a game. We're not here to figure out, to solve. And then also, if you let that, then you start getting these things these fantasy creatures and are representing something in the real world, which is very dangerous. Then you get orcs are these people in the world, and goblins are these people, and gnomes are these people. And so if anything bad happens to them, you're almost acting racist to things. Why? I don't want to do that. I just want to play a game. And in my world, orcs are bad. If you want your orcs are good, great. Then let me know that. Let's not have morally ambiguous orcs.
Well, they're bad because the Monster Manual tells us they're evil.
Right, because that's in this game. If the DM decides that orcs are a thing, great, but there better be a reason for it. And to me, that has to be based on the deities. And, whether that's truly evil or because Grumsh got, his people got screwed by the other deities and that's why they're evil, okay, fine. 6 one way, half a dozen. They're still enemies. They're going to be defeated. Now, if you want more of a morally complex game, great, but you better have a basis for it or else you're just going to have these circular arguments that, like the paladin, should they be chaste or not? I don't know. I don't really care. But if the deity of the paladin says they must be chaste, then they're chaste. That's my take on it.
Yeah. No, I think I think that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, so I don't get very interested in these pieces about debates back and forth about, because it's not that it's not important. I'm just not very interested in the discussion.
Right, and your players are going to dictate it. If they want to play a morally complex, they want to play the paladin who's struggling with keeping their things when these terrible atrocities, great. But a lot of players don't want to do it. They want the bonuses. They don't want all the suffering. They want the +2 to saving throws. They want this.
But you got to be true to your alignment. Right. Come on, that's the rules. You're paladin.
Right. But they want a certain amount of it. They don't want it to be a constant, like it's in the player's handbook. And again, the book kind of says they better be. Any discretion should be that. So anyway, that's my soapbox on it. It just seems like a lot. So then Roger Moore has, you'll love this. You hate orcs. You'll love this campaign.
I love this article. So my view. Pretty much anything Roger Moore, turns to dwarven gold. I think I like this article quite a bit. It talks about playing, at least as a one-off, playing having a party that consists of members of all the same race.
Right.
And as you know, I like this because I ran the tournament adventure that I wrote for Grogtalk was Gnome Skull, which was all gnomes, and he talks about a party of all dwarves.
Exactly.
And giving it a try. And I think it's a great idea. I think those things are a lot of fun. It shows you that dwarves, they can be different. Not every dwarf, not every gnome is going to be exactly the same. Not every elf is going to be the same. And I like how he also talks about how you can then have people of different alignments adventuring together. So if you want to, you can have the lawful evil dwarf assassin in a party, because he can work as a spy or do something like that. So, the cohesion can be that you're all of the same race. Maybe you're even all related. You don't have to then all be the same alignment, and it doesn't get all that weird because your cohesion is we're all dwarves, we're all hating the orcs, and doesn't matter. Even if I'm a lawful evil dwarf, I probably hate, certainly you could say I hate orcs because I'm a dwarf.
Right.
And just because I'm lawful evil doesn't mean I like orcs, right? Because we know lawful evil will fight lawful evil. So I just thought that was a really good point, Roger. I don't think you see it enough. I mean, when's the last time, other than, say the one-off tournament, when's the last time you saw a game where everybody was, the same race? I saw it at GaryCon. I went to one where they're all dwarfs, and I appreciate that. But you just don't see it that often.
Yeah, and I think again that the whole thing of the evil and lawful, because what Gary clearly was trying to do is to show, hey, you shouldn't just pick your skills or your characters based on the skills, and it would be doesn't make any sense that a paladin's going to hang out with 7 assassins and they're going to start, that's not compatible. You have to give it a reason why it would be compatible. Here's your reason. They're part of the same clan, and the assassin's the black sheep of it, or whatever you want to call it, whatever story you come up with. Or they're a bunch of half-orc assassins, and one of them's the lawful good cleric from another thing because he was raised by the paladin who saved. Whatever the case may be, you come up with this kind of story, and it lets that happen.
Oh, Limpy.
That's right.
Oh, God bless Limpy. Limpy's in wherever he is. He's in that whatever.
Lawful and neutral. I forgot where they. Mordron.
Right.
Nirvana. Excuse me.
Nirvana. Good for Limpy. Yeah. So I like this article. So nice remind. I like this article because I agree with it. Right. I once had a professor who said you should read books that you think you're not going to agree with, and I thought that was good advice. I like this article because I agree with it.
So then we're back to Out on the Limb. We have the anti-paladin.
Oh, okay. Can I mention that? Because the guy writes to complain that the paladin is cowardly. Is that the one? Yeah, listen, I don't like the fact that the anti-paladin is cowardly. That was the one part of the anti-paladin that I didn't like. I get it. He's the antithesis of the paladin. So paladins are brave, so the anti-paladin is a coward. I get it. So I writes a letter complaining about that, and he gets chastised about, look, they're optional. Why are you writing complaining about something that's optional? The whole character class as an MP is optional. It's not canon, so why are you complaining about something that's optional? If you don't have to use it, you can change it. Don't make them cowardly. Do whatever you want. So I get the response, but I also kind of like the letter because, again, I guess you like what you agree with. I agree with that. I think it really sort of, if I was going to create an anti-paladin NPC, is your big bad cowardly? I mean, I guess you can work with it. That can be interesting. And I don't know. I'm with the letter writer. What are your thoughts? Anti-paladin, cowardly or shouldn't be cowardly?
Well, cowardly has this idea of the brave Sir Robin kind of thing from, the Holy Grail, where he ran, he fled. No, I didn't. The idea of, if it's truly the Bizarros, like Superman versus Bizarro, everything's exactly opposite, then yes, they would be cowardly. But what does cowardly mean? To me, cowardly is Spaceballs, Lord Helmet versus Star, whatever his name is, Lone Star. Let's shake hands. And he grabs he's cunning, He grabs his weapon. He says, "You're stupid," because good is dumb. It's cowardly to me is being conniving. He's going to cheat and do everything he can to win. And if he's going to fight, he'll fight, but he's going to prefer not to fight. He's going to, and that's what the article kind of says too, if I remember the anti-paladin. It's not like they can't fight, but they're going to do other things before fighting. To them, ultimately, winning is the more important thing. So if I can assassinate you with a crossbow bolt before we fight, okay, I don't care. Fair fight has nothing in my lexicon.
I think that makes sense. I mean, you're a good salesman. I think that all makes sense. And so I guess and he is the anti-paladin, and the paladins are brave. And that all makes sense.
He's selfish, too. To me, cowardly is part of the selfish thing. It's the concept of the way we portray people who are cowards is they're not doing their duty. What courage is being brave even though you're afraid, is still doing something. The idea of coward is, I'm afraid, and if I have another way out of it, I'm going to do that. I'm not going to just into the breach and kill myself. So they have no honor is the idea. So I think the connotation of brave is as soon as they get into a fight, he's going to immediately run. Well, no, he's not going to do that, but he's going to look for ways to take every advantage.
Makes total sense to me. Very convincing.
But there was that portrayal in the article that he's a super fighter, but yet he's never going to fight. That doesn't make any sense. It was kind of portrayed that way.
Right. And so the good news is, as the response, as Kim Mohan says, do whatever you want.
Yeah, we don't care.
All right, do whatever you want. So the misconceptions I thought was interesting. The guy says, can we have basically a quick start guide to AD&D?
Right.
I really liked that idea, and it got shot down. He's basically like, well, we have basic D&D or whatever, and you basically got shot kind of down, and we're going to be revising the basic set. I kind of liked that idea. I think a quick start guide for AD&D would be an awesome idea, especially for people who are getting back into it with the OSR movement. But the great one was, I'm sorry. No, not on the DM's shoulder. I'm sorry. I'm thinking ahead. I know there's a letter here where a guy complained
That's
about
right.
Gary. Right?
There it is. Yep.
He says Gary talks all high and mighty, and and that that the rules are supposed. Yeah, was it? Oh yeah, was it? That it EG&G revisited.
Right.
Reading EGG's opinion and out on a limb prompted me to write this letter in response. Many times in past issues of this fine magazine, Gygax has preached to us ignorant players about this or that. Now, granted, much of what he says holds water, but it's not necessarily the content of what he states, but the manner in which he states it. I love how they publish this, which ticks me off. Specifically, the I am Lord of all everything I say, it's God's holy word syndrome. If I understand the game correctly, the object is to have fun, and creativity is the whole idea behind it. In the preface of the Player's Handbook, Gygax says even the most important material herein can be altered and bent to suit the needs of individual campaigns. But this does not seem to be the attitude of the other Gary Gygax, who says angels will never be a part of D&D AD&D as long as I have anything that treads too close. And then, of course, he challenges him that on too close. And what's great about it is that Gygax replies, right? They print this. They show how don't you love it? So does Kim Mohan or Jake Jaquette bring this letter down to Gary? And they must know Gary pretty well and understand that he is not. They can show this to Gary, right? And it's not. They're actually going to be entertained showing this to Gary. Is the sense I get. And so we get Gary's wonderful.
Well, I'm sure they get a lot of them similar to this. Is people, again, to a much lesser extent, most of the people that we engage with are great, but you get people who kind of go, who are you to say these things? And we're nobody. Gary wrote the game with Dave Arneson. I mean, the game we play. So it's a little different when someone screams out, hey, you said this, your feet are clay, and how dare you do that? I'm sure a lot of people do that, and I think they pick these as kind of representative of the kind of articles they get. So There could have been much worse ones, and they gave that one to Gary. But to your point, I think is, yeah, I'm sure Gary got it a lot of times. And he's like, yeah, I'll answer it. He clearly was active at this time because he's constantly writing articles.
Yeah, and honestly, I think this is arguably one of the most interesting things Gary has ever written in this. So he responds, and just the first paragraph, not the Angels debate. I don't care so much about the Angels debate because that's just opinion. But his first paragraph, Eric, you seem to have D&D confused with AD&D. And I love how let's face it, Gary is taking the same tone that the kid, oh no, I say kid, the guy, Eric Robinson, is unhappy with, right? He actually assumes that tone in reply. Eric, you seem to have D&D confused with AD&D. The former promotes alteration and freewheeling.
Was it the grog line?
Well, I didn't know if that was you, right?
No,
That's probably not the grog line. Is it you like, Dan, shut up.
Yeah.
My wife wants me to do something, right? The former promotes alteration and freewheeling adaptation. The latter absolutely decries it for the obvious reason that advanced D&D is a structured and complete game system aimed at uniformity of play worldwide. And here's the line. It's a famous one, right? Either you play AD&D or you play something else! Exclamation point. This letter from Gary is, of course, is what has caused all this controversy between the crowd who points to the player's handbook and these comments that they're all guidelines.
And the DMG, it says it there too.
Right. So you got that in 77, 78, 79, saying all those things. And now in 1980, Gary is saying AD&D, what absolutely decries alteration and freewheeling adaptation. You either play AD&D, or you play something else. And this creates the confusion. Now, look, I think it's an irrelevant debate because you do whatever you want to do. It's your game. You want to play by the book, play by the book. You don't want to play by the book, you don't even have to. It's kind of like you don't even need the anti-paladin. If you don't even need the anti-paladin, you can change it. If you don't have to play AD&D, you can play 3rd edition, you can play 5th edition, you can play whatever. At this point in time, you can play Rune Quest, whatever. If you don't even have to play it, you can obviously change it any way you want. There is no right or wrong. But what's so interesting about this is, right, so we know that the crowd who wants to play it by the book and wag the finger at people who break the rules, so to speak, they point to this. And so what I'm more interested in is not what's right, because there is no right. Is this a different Gary? Were there two Garys? Did Gary change? I mean, what is this? What's going on here?
Right. And I think he changed, over the years, he's gone back and forth. You can read these things and go, well, wait a minute, what happened to, and what's going on in 1980 at this point where he felt like he had to say it's AD&D or the highway. You were going to play it as written or not.
Which is interesting, and yes, I'd like to know what's happening in 19. And I think we've had people have talked about, part of it was to, for conventions and tournaments is one theory, and I know recently somebody else argued something else. I can't remember where I heard that, but what's interesting about it is we know Gary was not playing AD&D by the book, of course, right? I mean, his death rules were different. His death rules are based upon con, how many hit points you could have. And so he wasn't playing by the book, everything. I mean, I'm sure you can ask the Jim Wards, the Frank Mencers of the world, the Ernie Gygaxes of the world, and they'll tell you the one that he did. And so it's just, I don't know, it's just sort of interesting. I mean, I think it's irrelevant, but interesting. And I agree. And I think part of it is Gary the businessman versus Gary the hobbyist is part of it. I don't see the big deal to this. It's the same thing. But you're reading a magazine that's promoted by TSR that has optional rules in it. That's right. We just had a discussion of the anti-paladin. Kim Mohan just said you don't like the anti-paladin, change it, right?
Right. So
and there's there's a sage advice back when where somebody said, is there an anti-paladin, is there an anti-ranger? And I believe it may have been It may have been who's the person? Who's the woman that I like anyway?
Gene Wells.
Gene Wells. It may have been Gene Wells. I think that she says goes and asks Gary, and Gary says no. I could be wrong on that, but the response was there is none. Came back the response, but then we see an anti-paladin. So your point is well taken. In the same magazine here, we're seeing Kim Mohan says to make the anti-paladin anything you want it to be.
Right. So the other take, which I like from Bucky, is this is pure sarcasm. You can almost see him raising himself out of the chair, or like Charlton Heston with the 10 Commandments. You will either live by the 10 Commandments or you will die by the 10 Commandments.
Oh, I see. You think so? So yeah, we're getting that on the chat there. That this is typical.
It's like, just kind of just. First, who are you, Mr. Robinson, to challenge me? And it's so over the top when it's contrary to the thing. To me, again, it's if you're going to try to square the circle, he's got business things. He wants people to play it because he doesn't want other things to happen. But yet he's selling a magazine that promotes optional things for DMs to put in. So clearly the rule is you can do whatever you want at your table, but if you take that to a tournament, it may not be AD&D.
Very interesting.
And be careful how far you go. And it's not our job to bless and justify the changes you make, because, basically justifying you want anti-paladins. That's the way I look at it. These are all optional. This is my game. You want to do it, it's great, but don't ask me to justify your changes.
So if I have an anti-paladin published in Dragon, Angels published in Dragon, Witch published in Dragon, am I not playing AD&D? And again, who cares? I mean, it's this tiresome debate. It's irrelevant. I just find it more entertaining. Am I playing AD&D?
You're playing Dungeons and Dragons.
I'm playing D&D.
With some, and it may be AD&D First Edition, maybe.
Maybe, because I'm playing. It's not as binary.
Right.
I'm either playing AD&D or I'm playing something else.
Well,
you're
you're playing AD&D house rules. You're playing AD&D, but you've modified it. So it's not. It's like if I buy a game like Skyrim or any of these games, I play it out of the box. As soon as I put mods on it, you don't get the achievement for defeating the game pure because you put in these mods onto the game.
Well, it's like Monopoly. People put free parking. They put the money in the center. That's not by the by. Well, and I just think I'm sort of.
So you're playing Monopoly, but it's not the same game. You can't take that to the tournament then.
Well, okay. I mean, I'm sort of now messing with his letter because he says it's either. He made it sound quite binary. You're making it sound like it's a continuum. But that's, again, who cares?
He said either. It's definitely a binary. The question is, what does something else mean? Does it mean?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right, it's not AD. Okay, I got you. All right, yeah. All right.
Is it AD&D or don't sell your books and go play something else? So.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's. Yeah, I mean, I just think it's. I think again, it's fascinating because I wonder what's going on in Gary's mind, and maybe it is just all tongue in cheek. I mean, it is. He is taking the position that the guy's accusing him of that he doesn't like. So yeah, to me, it's just more interesting about Gary Gygax and where he's at in 1980. So.
And now we saw more of the witch thing. I mean, this is more. They have different spells, casting times, different spell descriptions.
Who's got this time? I mean, Rob did the Link Boy for flipping and turning. I mean, it wasn't this long. I'm now gonna have to revisit the Link Boy. I mean, it needs to be at least 5 pages of stuff, doesn't it?
Speak in tongues, speak with plants. There's a minor quest that you can make humanoid opponents do. It's just.
I'd have to spend a week just getting ready to play this character.
What's this spell? Mystic Rope. Look how long the Mystic Rope is. It's like one giant paragraph.
See, because there's 3 people. They probably kept adding. The guy sends it in, and then the other Moldvay gets in Mohan, all get involved. So
we're still going, by the way.
Insect play, gotta love that.
It's just keeps
Vision,
going.
Ship calls. A lot of those spells are pretty awesome, though, I gotta tell you, man.
There's more on this NPC than.
Summon Devil. Did you see Summon Devil?
Yeah, that's good.
There's a lot. This is probably the best part of the witch is probably like using some of these spells. We should probably domesticate some of these spells, right? And if you have a deity, that's what we should do, James. This is perfect. So like for certain clerics that worship certain deities, we can look through there and see, right? Rust Monster Touch. We see if any of these deities, the spells would work for those, right? This could be like this is like a whole new. This is like a new tome of mighty magic.
Yeah, and it's got higher secret order spells. It's crazy.
Temporary resurrection? You mean I'm like just back for a little bit? These are
2
great.
days per experience will cause the affected character or creature to be brought back to life full of powers. The spell.
This is probably the best part of it, right? The new spells.
Yeah, it's just amazing how much time they put into this. So, I want this T-shirt, Dan.
Yep. We need to order that.
I'd rather be in a dungeon.
Yeah, that should be your bumper sticker on your car. You should put that on your wife's car. I'd rather be in a dungeon.
See if they're still doing that in Utah. We should call them. I'd rather be in a dungeon. That's awesome.
I would no. You know when the Utah, when those T-shirts came to an end? Very soon. Satanic Panic's coming, my friend.
Well, I think it's sort of around. It's coming. I'm sure it's part of it's already started. So
they didn't put that on the 1980 list. They should have put Satanic Panic on the calendar.
Panic in the satanic occult. That's right.
I wish we could have a calendar. That'd be pretty hard to do. That probably be expensive to do, right? People would have to do the artwork.
We'd have to have art. There's a few problems with that. Maybe next year. Assuming we survive, then maybe next year.
And can I just do one mention too, because we haven't mentioned it about, and you had the website. I don't know if you still have it, but it was for the what was it? The Centaurki.
Centaurki, yes. What did I do with that?
Centaurki, I found it on a website. It is a large bird. It's a centaur, where the bottom is not a horse. It's a large bird. Yeah, I'm assuming a turkey, and the top is either a halfling or a gnome. And of course, they had me at gnome. So I like this idea of a Centaurki. I could see a Centaurki T-shirt that maybe I could have commission some artwork, get it on a T-shirt, and that would be my T-shirt for next Thanksgiving. Don't you think? It's waddle. You gotta. Oh, good. It's glad that something else didn't come up there. Something inappropriate.
Centaurki. How do you spell that?
Oh, you're never gonna find it on that website. It's Centaurki. I have no idea.
Where did you find it from? Anyway.
Well, I'm gonna have to go to. Hang on. I'm gonna have to go to. It was on my Twitter feed.
Oh, your Twitter feed. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's where you got it. Okay, cool. Hold on.
Yeah, it was on my Twitter feed. Right, I posted where I got it from. I like to give credit to
tribality with this. Yeah.
Tribality.com. So shout out to them. They had done some Thanksgiving monsters, and one of them that really stuck with me was the Centaurki.
It's the way you spelled it was Centaurkeys. Is that the same thing?
Oh, maybe I'm misspelling it. I don't know. Centaurki.
Yeah, so it says Centaurki, like centaur with keys at the back. So
Centaurki with a gnome. Yeah, wouldn't that be a good pick? Yeah, wouldn't that be a great creature? A gnome on a turkey.
Yeah, goblinins, Centaurkis. Yeah, one shots. There you go.
Yep, Centaurki. So
that would be great. It doesn't have a. Yeah, it's the torso and upper body of a gnome or halfling, lower body of a large, powerful bird. So here's the kind of bad image of it. Should I share it? Dare I?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Was that actually an image of it? Didn't look like a gnome or a halfling to me.
Well,
but I like the idea of a Centaurki. It needs to be fleshed out a bit. But I like the idea of a Centaurki. So maybe I could revive the Centaurki for next Thanksgiving issue. Well, the holiday should probably Thanksgiving. Centaurki.
It's got a person and then the turkey in the bottom. So there you go.
Yeah, I like that. And it's a gnome or a halfling is what I thought was most particularly interesting.
That is super cool.
Yeah.
All right. Enough of that nonsense. All right. So I think with that, this epic thing is almost over. Yep.
How many stars would you give Dragon Magazine?
4.5.
I think 4.5. I agree with you. 4.5. Yeah, I think that was agreed. That was the best one so far. Yep, agreed. All right.
It needs a neck waddle. I agree. All right. I'm sorry. Anything else? I apologize. What was that?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, Waddle the Centaurki. So, all right. So, you have any final announcements to make?
No, just that we've gone over 4 hours, which again is crazy. Right. So you need to roll a D10 for our how well we did.
All right, I'll do it. Is the less pointy one. Here we go. It's a 10. It's a 0.
Well, we had
the Thanksgiving miracle.
Thanksgiving miracle.
Like I'm showing it to the camera, like I couldn't have changed it on
That's
the way
right.
up. It's a 0. I don't know if it's a 0. Is that a 0 or
10,
10?
It's 10. It's 10.
It's a 10.
Again,
All right.
well, we had the Hubbard family on. We had all kinds of good stuff on. So it was a good event had by all. So I think so. We're not probably going to be on for Thanksgiving. If we are, we'll be a complete surprise. I'm just letting people know. 2 weeks from today is Thanksgiving weekend, so we're probably not going to be on. But if Dan and I feel inclined, we may just show up and speak for 6 or 7 hours during Thanksgiving. But so if everyone in the States or anyone celebrating Thanksgiving, I hope you're able to do it safely with your loved ones in a manner that allows you to spend time together, but not in a way that you'll put yourselves at risk. And our next time will be December 5th then. It's our next scheduled time. So who knows? Maybe we'll play a game. Maybe we'll do a Pixie and Glade thing on the 5th. Or not either on the 5th or on the 28th. We'll see what happens. So, but
maybe they can go hunting. Yeah, they can go like
turkey hunting.
They can go
cockatrice hunting as first levels, guys. That may not work out so well. So for Grogtalk, I'm James,
and I'm Dan,
and we will see you next time on Grogtalk. Take care.
Enjoy your cockatrice.